African People's Revolutionary Party, GC. We hosted an in-person event at Malcolm X Park, sort of reclaiming the tradition of the Revolutionary African Liberation Day in Washington, D.C. last year. Um, I'd like to say thank you to A-APRP-GC for inviting us to participate again, and to take this opportunity to explore the connections between the African and Palestinian struggles. As we know, they're intimately connected, um, as we're facing the same forces of imperialism, Zionism, neocolonialism, and yeah, I just want to say thank you and welcome to everybody.
All right, we thank you. As we're proceeding, we do have representatives from various organizations from around the world, but I would like to start with a statement from the A-APRP-GC in honor of Malcolm X. We, as a party, we honor Malcolm X and Ho Chi Minh every year, both being born May 19th, and both being contributors, Malcolm to the revolutionary struggle for Pan-Africanism, and our brother Ho Chi Minh to the international struggle against international imperialism and for scientific socialism. So regarding to Brother Malcolm, Malcolm Little was born May 19th, 1925, to a mother and father who were both militant organizers of the Universal Improvement Association African Communities League. Malcolm recalled attending meetings with his father, where he did, as a child, was originally introduced to the concept of Black nationalism, African identity, and the African diaspora's relationship to Africa and to the importance of organization. The All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, honors Malcolm X because he validates in both theory and practice the role of ideology in creating the new man and woman in revolutionary struggle. The American racist capitalism took the son of a family of UNIA ACL members who were teaching their children by example to educate and organize our people about Africa at the mass level and transform Malcolm Little, a brilliant student, into a street guy, Detroit Red, who sold dope, engaged in robberies and burglaries, pimped women, and in general was a hustler and parasite on the African masses and other working people. The ethical and moral transformation of Malcolm Little to Detroit Red is like so many of African youth today worldwide. Like so many of African youth today, they too are incarcerated and systematically transformed into human beings that reflect the most vicious and vile values and ethics of racist capitalism, imperialism, and neocolonialism in every corner of the globe. Because capitalism is a system of corruption, it teaches our youth that corruption is a correct and just way of life. African youth therefore becomes a commodity, a slave in and for the mass corporation, corporate, contract, military, and prison repression complex, where those who make the laws buy stock in companies that service local jails, state and federal prisons, and international internment camps, who house and own and exploit our youth, and who profit off of their being incarcerated. Malcolm X is to be emulated because African youth must be transformed ideologically into dedicated and committed African revolutionaries, as was Malcolm X. It was in prison that Detroit Red was transformed more closely ideologically to what he was introduced to as a child through the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. The Nation of Islam was a catalyst in reawakening Malcolm's earlier introduction to Black nationalism that would lead to the birth of Malcolm X. Malcolm X was born in the Nation of Islam. It was Malcolm's reawakening and search for truth and for the emancipation of African people worldwide that on March 8th, 1964, he transitioned out of the Nation of Islam and would later in his short life inspire him while in Ghana to found the Organization of Afro-American Unity and solidify ideologically and organizationally ties in Africa and around the world. At the founding rally of the OAAU, Malcolm explained, and I quote, "So the purpose of the Organization of Afro-American Unity is to unite everyone in the Western Hemisphere of African descent into one united force. And then once we are united among ourselves in the Western Hemisphere, we will unite with our brothers on the motherland, on the continent of Africa," end of quote. We honor, commemorate, and advocate that our youth emulate Malcolm X because Malcolm X came to the realization of the following truths. All people of African descent are Africans and must be organized as such. African women must be emancipated and play a critical role in revolution. Capitalism and imperialism must be destroyed if African people are to be free. Revolution was the only path to freedom. Reforming capitalism was not an option for freedom. Africans must belong in all African organizations. Other nationalities can support, but they cannot join. Africans must be in solidarity with Palestine and opposed to Zionism. There is harmony between religion and revolution. Africans in the diaspora must unite with Africans in Africa and fight for Pan-Africanism. And lastly, the ideological family takes primacy in regard to the biological family. These are the points that were so important to the teachings of Malcolm X. Because Malcolm X developed politically and ideologically into an uncompromising Pan-Africanist, building relationships with Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, Ahmed Sékou Touré, Gamal Abdel Nasser, Fidel Castro, and other progressive and revolutionary forces. He was assassinated February 21st, 1965, by the U.S. government in its COINTELPRO-backed Black Nationalist program. COINTELPRO was a Federal Bureau of Investigation program that was used to halt his progress and accomplishments in his efforts to organize for Pan-Africanism. His murder was during a time that American imperialism was at war with world humanity and killing off key leadership worldwide. Malcolm X knew that his time was near, but he never wavered in his commitment to suffer, serve, and sacrifice for the masses of our people until death. And as a result of his revolutionary contributions to the struggle for Pan-Africanism, we commemorate and honor him. And this is the statement from the All African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, in regards to its commemoration of Brother Malcolm X. And so we have, let's see who's on our program next, our brother Ibrahim Ibid, if he could unmute himself, and I think I can already see him, and you can take ownership of the program, brother Ibid.
Thank you very much. And thanks all our brothers and sisters, Africans and non-Africans, who are struggling for justice, peace in the world. Dear brothers, I knew all Africans people revolutionary party since the beginning of the 70s, and I met our brother Kwame Touré several times, and I invited him several times and invited your organization to Baghdad several times. Dear brothers, I was born in Palestine in 1935. So you can see I am older, much older than the entity that the British, the French, and the Western powers, included the US, implanted in our land and kicked most of our people out, and they commit genocide and ethnic cleansing. I was born in Palestine and lived in the city of Jaffa until 1948, when we were kicked out and we went to another village in the West Bank. Brothers and sisters, the problem of Palestine did not start these days or during the war on Gaza. No, it started more than a century ago in Palestine, when Palestine was part of Syria, of Greater Syria, that is called the Levant, or as we call it in Arabic, Bilad al-Sham. Then the British took over Palestine after Second World War, put it under the British mandate. They split Syria into many parts, Jordan, Lebanon, and so forth, modern Syria. The British acted like a real estate broker and granted Palestine to the Jews under the influence of the Zionist movement. Brothers and sisters, all of you know that there is no difference between Western imperialism and Zionism. They are one and the same. They have the same purpose. And Israel, or the so-called Israel that we call the Zionist entity, is the largest US base outside of the United States. This was mentioned many times by the US presidents, among them the ex-president, who said, you don't have to be Zionist, you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. And most of the US presidents likewise. So we suffer so much. Most of our people are living in the diaspora. Now you see what is going in Gaza. In Gaza, it is not a war. It is a genocide. We are losing people, more than 100 people every day. Among them, all people, children, and women. Some of the Zionist rabbis keep saying that the Arabs, like roaches, they have to be crushed. And the US supporting them 100%. The US arsenal is wide open for them, and the Zionist movement or the Zionist entity gets the most sophisticated arms from the US to kill Palestinians and force them into exile. Likewise is happening in the West Bank, in Jenin, and in Tulkarem. In Gaza, some of my friends contacted me and told me last week that they lost 22 people from their families, first cousins and uncles. One guy lost his wife a few days ago, and his three daughters were wounded. They have no food, no medicine, no schools. Everything is destroyed. The hospitals are destroyed. Even the foreign aid that's supposed to come from medicine and food is forbidden to go to Gaza, and Gaza became like a big cage, a death trap for everybody. And the President of the United States, he keeps saying that he has a plan for Gaza. He wants to make it a Rivera He doesn't look at the people. He wants the people to evacuate. He wants the people to go in diaspora. And the Zionists are saying, we will help any family to choose any country in the world to go. But no, there we will stay. Our people learn their lesson. Changes in Syria took place. We were hoping it become better, but things does not indicate so. The embargo was lifted on Syria for one reason, to recognize the Zionist entity and to join the Abrahamic faith. This means to abandon the Palestinian cause. Most of the Arab regimes are abandoning us. They abandon the Palestinian cause. They are leaving the Palestinians to fight alone. Another problem that we are facing, that the Palestinians themselves are divided into many splints and splinters. My dear brothers, we need your support. We know your support is continuous for us, and we will keep fighting until we achieve our goal to liberate Palestine from under Zionism and establish a democratic state in all of Palestine, from the river to the sea, and everybody will live there in peace. Arabs, Christians, Muslims, Jews. Thank you very much.
And our brother, we thank you very much for your contribution. We want to make it clear that the A-APRP-GC is anti-Zionist, and we are unconditionally and uncompromisingly in support of the Palestinian people's just struggle for the liberation of their land. As it was done in Africa, the colonization, the settler colonization of parts of Africa, there's no question that we as a people must be in solidarity with all those who suffer exploitation and oppression. And so we are very grateful for your contribution to ALD and Palestine Day. It's just not ALD, it's also Palestine Day. In moving forward, I would like, we have a party member that's going to read a commemoration and honoring of Brother Ho Chi Minh. If we could get that done at this point, it would be great. All right, thank you.
All right. This is Layla Brown. I am a member of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, and also coordinator with the All-African Women's Revolutionary Union, GC. As was stated, I'll be reading a statement on behalf of the party commemorating the legacy of Ho Chi Minh. It is well known that the Black race is the most oppressed and most exploited of the human family. It is well known that the spread of capitalism and the discovery of the New World had as an immediate result the rebirth of slavery, which was for centuries a scourge for the Negroes and a better disgrace for mankind. Ho Chi Minh. The All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, organizes African Liberation Day, Palestine Day, and also honors and commemorates the revolutionary life of Ho Chi Minh, who was affectionately known as Uncle Ho. The A-APRP-GC is fighting to build a revolutionary mass Pan-Africanist socialist party for Pan-Africanism, and we therefore honor all revolutionaries who have fought capitalism, imperialism, Zionism, neocolonialism, and the oppression and exploitation of women. Ho Chi Minh was a Marxist-Leninist and a socialist, and one of those people whose revolutionary contributions to humanity are etched in the chronicles of world history. Ho Chi Minh was a staunch ally and supporter of the African Revolution, Pan-Africanism, and that of all oppressed nations worldwide. He at one time shared the misery of the proletariat of Africa and America. Ho Chi Minh was deeply interested in the lives of Black people and their struggles for equality. He was one of the first Asian communist leaders to explore the issues facing the Black communities and promote their freedom. It was in Harlem that Ho attended Black activist meetings held by the Universal Negro Improvement Trust, an organization that had been established by the Jamaican Black nationalist Marcus Garvey in 1914. Consequently, Ho Chi Minh saw the interrelationship between the development of capitalism and imperialism, the kidnapping, trafficking, and enslavement of African people, the colonization and neo-colonization of Africa and the liberation of African people, and that of the liberation of Vietnam. Within a year of the establishment of the People's Revolutionary Republic of Guinea, under the leadership of Democratic Party of Guinea, the PDG, and President Ahmed Sékou Touré, President Touré in 1960 visited Vietnam and President Ho Chi Minh, and a joint agreement of cooperation and solidarity was signed. The defeat of French, Japanese, and U.S. imperialism by the heroic Vietnamese people is recorded as one of the greatest contributions to oppressed humanity that the world has ever seen and experienced. Nguyen Sinh Kung, or Ho Chi Minh, was born May 19th, 1890, into the family of a nationalist, anti-French colonialism father and mother in Nghe Tinh, Vietnam, a colony of French imperialism. The village also had come for many centuries, all but a few of the country's revolutionaries, the home of insurrections, a school for revolutionaries. Ho Chi Minh followed the example of his father and grew politically into a Vietnamese nationalist and socialist patriot fighting for the independence of a socialist Vietnam. As a servant of the Vietnamese masses, Ho Chi Minh was a founding member of the Indochina Communist Party in 1930 and the Viet Minh in 1941, and was, having won independence, president of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, or North Vietnam, from 1945 to 1969. It was as a seaman Ho Chi Minh traveled to Africa, the US, and England, and lived in France from 1915 to 1917, where he accepted the principles of scientific socialism and Marxist-Leninism. At the young age of 28, Ho Chi Minh presented the international imperialism led by the United Kingdom, France, United States, and Italy at the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919, and demanded that France grant independence to Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh was inspired by the defeat of the Tsar and imperialism in Russia and joined the French Communist Party in 1920. He traveled to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in 1923. While in the USSR, he attended and participated in the Fifth Congress of the Communist International. Because of Ho Chi Minh's Vietnamese nationalism, he was critical of the French Communist Party for its lack of a serious commitment to national liberation struggles for independence. It was his drive to fight for the liberation of Vietnam that motivated his return to and began to organize in his homeland. In 1924, in Canton, China, or Guangzhou, China, Ho Chi Minh recruited other nationalists, organizers, and militants exiled from Vietnam and founded the Viet Thanh Nguyen Các Minh Dong Chi Ho, Vietnam Revolutionary Youth Association, or the Thanh Nguyen. Canton, China became his base and a home of Indo-Chinese nationalism. He and other communists were expelled from China in April 1927, and he returned to the USSR. From there, in 1928, he went to Brussels and Paris and was the Communist International Representative for Communist parties in Southeast Asia. Ho Chi Minh and the cadre of Chiang Nguyen met in Hong Kong in May 1929 and founded the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. The founding of the party in Vietnam, February 3rd, 1930, as the Vietnamese Communist Party, and was later renamed the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. Inside of Vietnam, an insurrectionary movement unfolded with brutal repression from French imperialism. Ho Chi Minh was sentenced to death in abstention and sought refuge in the USSR. In 1938, Ho Chi Minh returned to China, invited and hosted by Mao Zedong. With the defeat of the French by Germany, Ho Chi Minh, Vo Nguyen Yap, Pham Van Dong re-entered Vietnam in January 1941 and organized the Vietnam Doc Lap Dong Minh, or the League for the Independence of Vietnam, or Viet Minh. It was around the same time that Ho Chi Minh began to use the name He Who Enlightens. Seeking assistance from China, Ho Chi Minh went to China and was arrested by the reactionary government of Chiang Kai-shek. Uncle Ho spent 18 months in prison because of political work and ideological convictions. In 1945, Japan completely overran Indochina and executed all French colonial officials, which was a victory for Vietnam. French imperialism was in peril. 6 months later, committing a crime against humanity, U.S. imperialism dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, April 6 and April 9th of 1945. Both of Vietnam's colonial enemies were defeated and in retreat. Vietnamese guerrilla warfare against the Japanese continued in South China, and guerrilla units began their descent into Hanoi. September 2nd, 1945, and Vietnam's independence was proclaimed. With the defeat of German fascism in France, Charles de Gaulle came to power and refused to recognize the independence of Vietnam from French imperialism. The Vietnamese response was a war of liberation, the First Indochina War, from December 19, 1946 through August 1st, 1954. The Vietnamese Revolution defeated French imperialism on the battlefield, and by 1954, most of the countryside was under Viet Minh control, and the larger cities were following. French imperialism was crushed at the Dien Bien Phu March 13th, on March 13th through May 7th, 1954, and independence of Vietnam was won. The defeat of French imperialism in Vietnam was not only a victory over French imperialism in Vietnam, but also in Africa and all of France's colonized countries and territories worldwide. Strategically, to obtain the independence of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh agreed with the partition of Vietnam in the Geneva Accords, with the understanding that an election was to be held and Vietnam unified. U.S. imperialism and neocolonialism in South Vietnam sabotaged the elections. In 1959, armed action in South Vietnam to reunify Vietnam began by the Viet Cong. In July 1959, Ho Chi Minh's Lao Dong, the Workers' Party, concluded that the development of socialism in North Vietnam was organically linked with unification of South Vietnam. The revolutionary forces in North and South Vietnam were united on the question of unification. U.S. imperialism was arrogant and had no idea what it would face by attempting to replace French imperialism in Vietnam. U.S. imperialism had not tasted and swallowed the bitter pill that French imperialism tasted and ingested at Dien Bien Phu. U.S. imperialism would have its victories that would bolster its belief that it was undefeatable. February 24th, 1966, President Kwame Nkrumah was a victim of the aggression of U.S. imperialism while expressing the African personality in solidarity with the Vietnamese Revolution. The Convention People's Party and President Nkrumah were overthrown by coup d'etat orchestrated by U.S. imperialism through the CIA. Quote, when the action took place, I was on my way to Hanoi at the invitation of President Ho Chi Minh with proposals for ending the war in Vietnam. End of quote. The war in Vietnam continued, and the heroic Vietnamese people intensified their revolutionary war against U.S. imperialism. Victory of the Vietnamese Revolution was near. It was near the end of U.S. imperialism's military aggression against Vietnam when Uncle Ho explained U.S. imperialism's inevitable defeat. The quote says, Johnson and his clique should realize this. They may bring in 500,000, 1 million, or even more troops to step up their war of aggression in South Vietnam. They may use thousands of aircraft for intensified attacks against North Vietnam, but never will they be able to break the iron will of the heroic Vietnamese people, their determination to fight against American aggression for national salvation. The more reluctant they grow, the more serious their crimes. The war may last 5, 10, 20, or more years. Hanoi, Haiphong, and other cities and enterprises may be destroyed, but the Vietnamese people will not be intimidated. Nothing is more precious than independence and freedom. Once victory is won, our people will rebuild their country and make it even more prosperous and beautiful. The Tet Offensive would be U.S. imperialism's Dien Bien Phu, which witnessed the U.S. put its tail between its legs and run for its life. In 1967, Kwame Ture was invited to participate in the Conference of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity, convened in Havana, Cuba. U.S. imperialism had reported that Kwame's passport would be seized upon his return to the U.S. because of his denunciation of U.S. capitalism and imperialism. Kwame made the decision to travel internationally before his return to the U.S. and by invitation visited Vietnam. Quote, I was overwhelmed, couldn't really believe it that Ho Chi Minh was inviting me to lunch. That's when he told me that he'd been in Harlem during the time of young Garvey. that he had thought Garvey to be a great man, that he had heard Garvey speak and had even once made a modest financial contribution to the Garvey movement. So we went on to discuss other matters, and then he suddenly leaned closer and asked, "When are you African Americans going to repatriate to Africa?" I froze completely, never forgot it. Ho Chi Minh was a great man. He clarified many things for me. He had a real appreciation of our struggle in America. End of quote. The Vietnamese Revolution set a sterling example of the power of the organized masses when politically educated and organized. The Vietnamese people crushed U.S. imperialism. The U.S. was run out of Vietnam during the Tet Offensive, January 31st through September 23rd, 1968, which laid the basis for the total and complete withdrawal of U.S. imperialism from Vietnam by March 29th, 1973. Vietnam was reunified. Uncle Ho had transitioned to the revolutionary ancestors on September 2nd, 1969. He never saw a liberated and unified Vietnam, but his revolutionary legacy lives for eternity. We honor and commemorate Uncle Ho for his sterling revolutionary example and unwavering commitment to the defeat of imperialism, neocolonialism, the emancipation of women, and the development of scientific socialism, for his solidarity with revolutionary movements and peoples, and particularly for Africa and the African diaspora, but also worldwide. Long live the revolutionary legacy of His Excellency Ho Chi Minh. Victory to the revolutionary Pan-African and international struggles for scientific socialism.
All right, we thank you. Again, that's in honor of Ho Chi Minh, and it's so important that we understand the importance of solidarity between all oppressed people, and all people are fighting for their liberation and for justice. At this juncture now, we will have a cultural kind of presentation or video of A-APRP-GC from Palestine.
رجع الخي عين لا تدمعين فوق كتاف رفقات ومحبين رجع الخي عين لا تدمعين فوق كتاف رفقات ومحبين رجع الخي يا يما زغرتين الشهيد دمات ودن عليه.
All right. Again, as a Pan-Africanist party, our objective is to organize and build relationships with Africans worldwide, because we fight common oppression and exploitation and towards a common objective. And so at this juncture, we want to ask our brother Gerald Piera from the Organization for Victory of the People in Guyana to make his contribution to African Liberation Day. So you now have the mic, sir. Is Gerald, is he? Oh, I'm sorry, he stepped away from his desk. All right, 1 second, please. John. All right, until he gets back, again, we fight a common struggle, and one of the victims of capitalism, American capitalism, imperialism, were the people of Japan, who were victims of course, the atomic bomb dropped on their country. So we have with us our brother John Steinbeck, and we will offer him the microphone for his contribution at this point.
Thank you, Brother Malimu, Sister Brown. I'd also like to thank Anthony Williams and Brother Africa, Lee Robinson, for organizing this. And especially I'd like to thank, my comrade, friend, and mentor, Bob Brown, for his guidance over many, many years. So I'm John Steinbach. I've been working with the A-bomb survivors since the early 1980s. I've also been part of Africa Liberation Day for 50 years, starting back in Ann Arbor when I was part of the Washtenaw County Coalition Against Apartheid. I've been active in anti-colonial struggles since I was a young man in my early 20s and became politically conscious. I've been against the wars since I was a very young man in the United States Coast Guard stationed in Hawaii, where my teachers were some of the veterans that were coming back from Vietnam, and they're the ones that first educated me, and then many of them went on to become leaders in the anti-war movement. Again, I want to thank All African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, for keeping alive the tradition of Africa Liberation Day. So I personally see Africa Liberation Day as an opportunity to recommit myself and for all of us to recommit ourselves to the struggle, because the struggle is not over. I mean, we on the surface, succeeded in eliminating most of colonialism except for the Zionist entity, which is still there, but unfortunately, as his brother Frantz Fanon warned us in Black Faces, White Masks, and others, Margaret Kimberly talks about black places in black faces in high places. The struggle continues with neocolonialism, and so today we have. We have the Francophone countries banding together, throwing off French neocolonialism. We've seen something like 18 attacks on Captain Traore, who carries on the tradition of many of the martyrs in the struggle, both in Africa and worldwide. And let's be clear, victims of U.S. imperialism. That includes Malcolm X. That includes Fred Hampton and George Jackson and many others around the world. And so we need to be in solidarity. We also need to understand that even though on the surface we may have seen some setbacks, we've also seen some tremendous victories. And I think that one of those victories, that it's still in the making, but it's definitely a trend, and I think I talked about this last year, is the emergence of the Global South, and particularly the BRICS movement, in coming together and throwing off U.S. economic imperialism. So the days where the United States and Europe and so on can just go in, say, to Guinea-Bissau and say, okay, well, we're going to take, or Gabon, and say, well, we're going to take all your uranium and we're going to pay you 10 cents on the dollar for it. And the same thing applies to resources, all different kinds of resources. That's the way imperialism works. It's the way colonialism worked. And that is coming to a halt because nations are coming together and saying no. And at the same time, Uncle Ho taught us about, the inevitability of the defeat of the United States. He was talking specifically about Vietnam, but I think that applies equally to the situation. But that makes it a dangerous situation because U.S. imperialism is still very strong, and it will use every effort, every economic, every military effort, including nuclear weapons, to maintain its control. And so I want to wrap this up. I don't want to talk too long, but I want to go back to a quote that Brother Mao Zedong gave us, and he called nuclear weapons a paper tiger. And he was talking in the context of the fact that the United States, and particularly I think today, not only the United States, but Israel as well, uses nuclear weapons to say, if you don't do what we want, then we are going to use nuclear weapons against you. They use it kind of as a shield to get what they want or to keep things the way that they want them to be. And Mao was saying more or less that it's politically impossible for them to use nuclear weapons, or very, very difficult for them to use nuclear weapons. And then, of course, that risks the end of everything. So when we are continuing the struggle, we have to focus, keep our eyes on the prize. And the prize is an end to U.S. imperialism, an end to Western economic and military imperialism, and the establishment of a just peace where true national sovereignty arises, and people work together, and we have a just world, and nations control their own resources. And so we can't let the threat, U.S. nuclear or military or economic threat, stop us. We have to continue our struggle. And brothers and sisters, I would suggest that we are winning, and we need to be optimistic. So let's continue to work together in solidarity, in true solidarity, supporting each other's struggles, and by working together and by maintaining and strengthening our unity of purpose, we will win. And then one final brief word, and that is to the young sisters and brothers out there that are protesting against the genocide being carried out against the people of Gaza and the people of Palestine, in the West Bank as well, and in the diaspora. You're facing some very severe punishments, including deportation, being thrown in jail, being beaten up by gangs of Zionist thugs. And so I want to say to you that this is part of the price. It's a price that all of us have paid. Many of us have paid the ultimate price. Many others, including myself, have faced the dogs. We've faced tear gas. We've heard bullets whistling over our head. We've been thrown in jail. We've been threatened with death by police. And this comes with the territory. So my hat is off to you and the struggle, and let's continue to work together. And thank you again, A-APRP-GC, for keeping alive Africa Liberation Day. Thank you.
And we are so grateful for your contribution. As always, you have been in solidarity and support of the A-APRP and A-APRP-GC. And African people in general in our struggle. And so we are one in struggle. That is John Steinbeck, representing Hiroshima, Nagasaki Peace Community of the National Capital Area. I see that our brother from Guyana, our brother J.L. Piera, has been able to get back to his seat. And so we're going to turn the mic over to him. Again, the Organization for the Victory of the People of Guyana has also been a longstanding friend and supporter of the work of our party, and we of the work that they do there in Guyana. And so we are very happy to, again, have him as a contributor and participant in African Liberation Day and Palestine Day. And so we're turning the mic over to you, Brother Piera.
Yeah. Greetings, Brother Olemu, and greetings to all participants. What I'm going to do is just offer a few comments and just touch on some issues that I think members of this forum today should be aware of. First, I would like to salute the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, for organizing another African Liberation Day gathering. And I would like to offer special Revolutionary Pan-African salute to you. Over the years, you are known for taking very consistent and principled revolutionary positions. In all the years I've worked with the A-APRP-GC, I've never found you any form of ideological confusion or vacillating. I had the honor and privilege of working with an outstanding revolutionary in Africa, Brother Kwame Ture, an amazing human being. And a special salute to him on this day. Sisters and brothers, a number of years ago, in the African Union, a number of countries, including the Libyan Jamahiriya led by Brother Gaddafi, Zimbabwe, and I think 3 other countries, argued for maintaining ALD, African Liberation Day. That group lost out to the nominal and fake Pan-Africanists, to the neo-colonial Pan-Africanists who settled and wanted and settled for Africa Day. Africa Day is a neo-colonial concept. That Africa Day tosses aside the struggle for the total liberation, for continuing the struggle for the total liberation of Africa, as well as the unification under scientific socialism. And today we are seeing we know those people for who they are. They're the Kagames, the Musevenis, the Ramaphosas, etc., etc. The other thing is there is a well-organized attempt going to destroy, to infiltrate, and to move the global Pan-African movement in another direction. Morocco is leading the charge. Morocco returned to the AU through the back door with the help of a number of countries. No way, if the Libyan Jamahiriya was in existence, Morocco would have been able to return to the fold. Morocco is waging a war against the people of the Democratic Republic of Sahara. And a number of countries have reversed their position on recognition of the Sahara People's Democratic Republic. Guyana has taken that position. Under Forbes Burnham, we had recognized them. Today, Guyana has taken up a position against them. Cuba is standing steadfast, all is with the people of the Sahara Republic. So that is one point I just want to make to you, update you with what is happening. The other thing is, I recall a number of years ago when Kwame Ture, it was his brainchild, they launched the World Anti-Zionist Front in Tripoli, Libya. I think based on what is happening in Gaza today, the genocide that is taking place in Gaza, the genocide that has the full blessing of the US imperialism and the Western countries, we need, I'm calling it the A-APRP-GC, to let us get going to resuscitate the World Anti-Zionist Front and to build chapters in various countries. What is taking place today? What is being done in Gaza? It's like we are in the world of the absurd. I reached a point I don't know what to say. But I will tell you this. We had a few rallies in Guyana, and the first rally, you had about 1,300 people marched through the streets. And then the second rally, it fell to about 800. I spoke at the second rally, and then we decided that we were going to hold a demonstration in front of the US Embassy. Only 34 persons turned up. 34 persons to 35. Because the people, I am really shocked at the Muslim community in Guyana. I'm really shocked at many of the so-called Pan-Africanists and so, because these people are more concerned about their visas being revoked and all of that. And it was shocking. And nevertheless, we had about 35 persons, and I spoke in front of the US Embassy. 2 weeks after, I was traveling out of Guyana, and I was taking a flight from Georgetown with a stop in St. Lucia on to Heathrow. I was traveling with British Airways. On arrival at the check-in counter, I was told by the check-in clerk that there's a problem. And when I inquired, they brought the manager, and he said, "Look, the problem is not with British Airways. it's with U.S. border security. I said, but I'm not going to the U.S. I'm not transiting the U.S. And they were at a loss, so they kept checking and so on. They contacted border security. The border security said that I am flying over U.S. territory. I said, excuse me? The plane is flying over U.S. territory. So when I inquired the territory, they said the Virgin Islands, the U.S. Virgin Islands, a colony. So British Airways was trying to get me on the flight, and U.S. border security told them in very uncertain terms that if they put Mr. Pereira on the flight, they will stop the flight. They will stop the aircraft from departing Georgetown. So I couldn't board the flight. I left, and 3 days after, I had to make alternative arrangements to get out of the country. But what they're doing is they're trying to narrow your world. They're trying to make it impossible for people like me and many of you here to travel. So even if we do try to travel, we have to go through routes that are highly costly, brothers and sisters. It's very costly. And even if you go through Panama, they're waiting there to harass you. U.S. border security harassed my wife, took her visa away, locked her up, and almost made her miss the plane. I just want you to know what's happening. They're getting very vicious. And we have business people, progressive business people who participated in demonstrations. They're losing pressures on them. They've lost their visas, and to transfer money to do business for them, it's difficult. So this is what is on. But as brothers Steinbach said, this comes with the territory, and we don't give in, we don't surrender. We will continue fighting because we are revolutionaries, and that's what we will do. The other thing I would like to say is on what is taking place in the Sahel. We have to stand with the Sahel states and stand with Brother Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, because what is taking place there, we're witnessing a convergence of satanic forces. There's a convergence of the Zionists, neo-Nazis from the Ukraine, and heretical Islamic groups. I'm not going to use the term Islamist. That's a Western colonial construct. Heretical Islamic groups. I wrote about this in 2011 when the invasion, when the so-called uprising started in the Libyan Jamahiriya. Many on the left, especially the liberal imperialist left, they were confused. They came out openly on the side of imperialism, and they are Al-Qaeda foot soldiers, because they did not understand what was taking place. They confused what was happening in Tunisia and Egypt with Libya. There was no popular uprising in Libya, and that is why the Libyan Jamahiriya was able to resist NATO forces for 9 months, because there was mass support for the revolution on the ground. And they knew that they were not going to defeat Gaddafi's forces, because the loyalist forces were in the upper hand against the counter-revolutionaries. But they knew that Gaddafi's forces would have crushed the counter-revolutionary and the heretical Islamic groups. So they went ahead and invaded Libya and bombed the hell out of the place for 9 months. And the rest is history. But why I'm mentioning this to you is, getting back to Gaza, we're seeing how, as brother Ibrahim Ibaid mentioned, that some of the majority of the Arab countries have betrayed the Palestinian struggle. For example, look at the welcome that Saudi Arabia and Qatar ruled out for Donald Trump. I was passing through Qatar, and I left 1 day before Trump arrived. And you should see what they ruled out for them. They can give Trump a plane for $400 million, and the Saudis can give the US $600 billion, or what is it? But they, as the poster said, they can't deliver bread to Gaza. And brothers and sisters, you need to know that Qatar played a very strategic role in the collapse of Libya. Qatar played a very strategic role, as well as Sudan under Omar Bashir, another rat bag. They played strategic roles in the collapse, in bringing about the downfall of the Libyan revolution. What you saw what happened in Syria after the Assad regime collapsed. The groups, heretical groups like Jabhat al-Nusra and Hizrat Tahrir al-Sham that split from Al-Qaeda and were facilitated by Gulf states and Israel and the imperialists to remove Assad, are now in power. So a cutthroat one, Giuliani, who went around cutting the throats of Christians, Yazidis, Sunni Muslims, and progressive and revolutionary individuals, is now wearing a suit. The sanctions have been lifted off of him, and you would have noticed that they never fired a shot at the Zionists, but they launched attacks on Hezbollah in South Lebanon, and they launched attacks on the resistance in Gaza. So these groups are foot soldiers. But what is happening in the Sahel, which I mentioned since 2011, is that these groups are being facilitated by the French and some Gulf states to seize large swaths of territory in African countries. And in Burkina Faso, more than 50% of the territory is under the control of these groups. Ukraine has admitted that it has provided intelligence, logistical support, and drones to these groups. So primarily because they want to get at the Russians who are assisting the Burkinabe forces. So this is what is going, this is what we're faced with. There is this convergence of heretical Islamic groups, the Zionists and neo-Nazis are working to destabilize Africa. I think you should ask a question. When you look at groups like Boko Haram in Nigeria and other groups in the Sahel and even down as far as Mozambique, you look at the vehicles they're using, Toyota pickups, motorcycles, and some of the most sophisticated weaponry. Where are they getting the weaponry and the money from? And it is pointing in the direction of not only the imperialists, but it's pointing in the direction of the Gulf states. So we need to know what we are doing, what we are facing with the forces that we're up against. Because they have done nothing to help the Palestinians, not one thing. The Palestinians have been betrayed. And those countries that would have stood up for Palestine, they have been destroyed. And that is Iraq under the Ba'ath Party, under the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party, which I know for years the A-APRP had good relationship with, and you promoted the works of the great nationalist, revolutionary nationalist Michel Aflaq. In fact, the first time I was given a book by Michel Aflaq was by a member of the A-APRP and Brother Kwame Ture. And I know the A-APRP for years, for decades, has always maintained that solid, principled, and fraternal relations with the Palestinian struggle. And I would like to salute you on that. As I said earlier, you've always taken principled positions, and we have a lot of work to do. The struggle continues, but we need, and I know you've always emphasized this, because there's a lot of ideological and political confusion. And when you are armed with a revolutionary ideology, you can, as Kwame Ture say, you will be able to see you will be able to draw the line between the fake and the real. And as he said, he always used to say to us, he said, revolutionaries must be clear as crystal. And today I would like to salute all members of the A-APRP-GC over the years for being clear as crystal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Again, this shows the critical importance of theory and practice, of study and work. And, we're very sorry to hear of the repression of the American capitalist system against you and your family. And we're really thankful for your willingness to share those experiences, because there's no question that the enemy is trying to repress those of us who are struggling to organize our people and to fight against the exploitation that we suffer on a daily basis worldwide. So we thank you very much for that contribution. At this juncture, we would also like to present or provide another cultural video of Sada Al-Thara performing, representing, again, some culture out of Palestine. Moving right along. Let's see what we got here. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute, please. All right, we were to have a representative from the West Papua Human Rights Center. There are many who may or may not know of the struggle of our people in West Papua New Guinea, but they are also fighting genocide and occupation by Indonesia. And so we just want to read a brief statement or comment that was sent, given the fact that our people are oppressed worldwide. But she shares, Sister Sharita Titilayu. Hello, Mr. Lee. Well wishes on the African Liberation Day. We thank you for the invite to speak. Unfortunately, I am at work today and unable to attend. And so we thank you for always giving a space to speak on the issues of our people in West Papua. I wish you all a great celebration. And so we just wanted to, again, highlight them and make you aware about the struggles of our people worldwide. And sometimes we are not aware that in Oceania and that part of the world, there are Africans also that are suffering racism, national oppression, and exploitation of their labor and land in the areas in which they live. So it's very important that we are aware of the struggles of our people worldwide, because we are one people, one struggle, which we in the A-APRP-GC are convinced that the liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism is the resolution to the contradictions that we face as a people worldwide.
Brother Kita, brother.
Brother
Malemo?
Yes.
Yes, sorry for the interjection. Just to say for your information that the Free Papua movement, they were in Libya. They had a permanent representative there, the late John Ndawami. He had migrated later to Australia where he was in exile and he died there. But he was based in Libya for a number of years. He was a representative of the Free Papua movement. They were fighting the Indonesians. And many of their militants were trained. They received ideological and military training in Libya. Just for your information.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Okay. Again, we are moving along. Let me see if Brother Robert is here. 1 second, please. Okay, he is not here. Okay, so we're going to take a moment to discuss or to share with you some information as relates to the A-APRP-GC's kind of historic position on the issue of reparations, because that is a issue amongst our people. And we do have a perspective or a view on this question, which we think is critical to share amongst you. And so we will have our brother Dominic Rogers of A-APRP-GC read a statement that was written actually by Kwame Ture when he was on this side of our people. And we support that statement, and we want to struggle over it as it relates to the question of reparations. So I'll bring to you Brother Dominic Rogers.
Since the inception of the A-APRP, Pan-Africanism has spread throughout the Pan-African world to the point where even reactionaries must involve themselves in some aspect of Pan-African work. Thus, the internal dynamism of our entire struggle will soon be limited to the domain of Pan-Africanism between the people's class and the anti-people's class, between revolution and reform. This last aspect between revolution and reform must be properly understood. We are stating that reform in Pan-Africanism is now a break on Pan-Africanism. We are stating this only for Pan-Africanism, which since the 5th Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England, contested the dominant position of reform and proposed an action to reduce it to negligible quantity. In recent times, Reform Pan-Africanist organizations have come into existence. The African American Summit is a clear example. Strategically, we cannot attack them all to the same degree, but we must have a clear strategy and reduce them to negligible quantity. The OAU, a reformist Pan-African organization created some years ago, the Group of Eminent Persons on Reparations. It called on Africans in America and the diaspora to set up national committees for reparations. The cry of reparation is not a new one. Many so-called revolutionary African organizations have been doing much propaganda and organizational work around the issue. Unlike the African American Summit, The reparation movement seeks to intoxicate the masses. Life cannot be purchased, essential to an African tradition. Life was usually exchanged for life. If someone was killed, a kinsperson from the accused were sent to replace. Reparations are legal. It did not arise from African culture. Germany admitted its guilt in the Portuguese aggression against Guinea on November 22nd, 1970. Germany posed the solution of reparations. The PDG informed them that it was out of African culture. Germany decided to build some projects on their own in Guinea, like a film studio, etc., etc. The A-APRP has close relations with the Rastafarian movement. In the early 70s, all the Rastafarian movements invited A-APRP to Jamaica, spend time with them in serious discussion, serious reasoning. Lamin Jaga and Kwame Ture represented the party. One of the areas of reasoning was the difference between reparations and repatriation. The Rastafarian movement and the A-APRP find harmony in the primacy of Africa. Thus, within Nkrumahism, Touréism, repatriation finds ideological harmony. Most preaching reparations are running from repatriation. This question of reparations in no way advances our disorganized masses. Reparations, if only to benefit the masses, can be handled only by organized community. To call for reparations in the face of a disorganized community, whose anti-people's class is the most corrupt in the world, is calling only for more divisions. Reparations in no way confronts imperialism. And even after receiving reparations, the exploitative system remains intact. Maybe the reparation movement can become eternal. At the 7th Pan-African Congress in Kampala, Uganda, many tried to make the call for reparations dominant. Here they want to push back Pan-Africanism. Since the 5th Pan-African Conference, we have stopped appeals to our oppressors and called for the organization of the masses as the only solution. The A-APRP is concerned with political conquest. At this time, there's no way reparations can help a weak and divided people achieve political power. Political and economic power can be achieved by an oppressed people only through struggle. At this point, the A-APRP strategy is not to attack the reparation movement publicly. We will not participate in any of its programs, even when the masses are fully intoxicated. Our public response shall be that we are organizing our people, and there are many forces working on reparations. A-APRP will now begin to attack reform only within Pan-Africanism. A-APRP will not attack at this time any other reformer or other reform programs. But we must now begin to attack reform within Pan-Africanism without pity and without mercy.
All right, we thank our brother Dominic for that that statement, which again was written by Kwame. I cannot recall the exact year that it was written, but of course it has to be updated, so to speak. Update means the struggle continues, and so there may be a different set of conditions in 2025 going into 26 that has to be addressed. But obviously, particularly in the last month or so, there's been major demonstrations and protests around this question of reparations. And so it is an issue that is on the table and that needs to be struggled with. And I think that Kwame raises it clearly that without an organized people with power, and it creates more division than it does bring our people together. We do have a statement. We talked about the Sahel a little earlier, and so we do have a statement out of Niger. The sister was not able to participate in the program, but she did send a statement which will be read by a member of our party, Sister Amina Mohammed Mbaki. And so at this point in time, we will give her the mic to read that statement.
Hello, brothers and sisters. Dear brother, I'm sorry. I really wanted to participate in the conference, but unfortunately we are experiencing power outages, which is impacting the connection beyond our control. At the Thomas Sankara Center, we celebrated the liberation of Africans, an essential message for self-determination and solidarity among the people of the continent. Pan-Africanist revolutionary unity transcends borders in the struggle for socialism against imperialism. We are grateful for the support of the Pan-African diaspora, which supports countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali in their quest for independence from imperialism. This revolution, which has its roots in 1958 with the ideas of Kwame Nkrumah, is an example of the commitment to liberation and self-determination in Africa. African unity is essential for the liberation of Africa. We recognize Libya's effort to promote African solidarity through digital connectivity by sharing advanced ideas for the liberation of Africa. These ideas can contribute to the emancipation of the entire African continent. We have great confidence in your Pan-Africanism and your international solidarity. We thank all the women of Niger and thank your various Pan-African networks, your anti-imperialism networks, whether made up of Black or white people, who have worked to fight against imperialist ideology.
All right, and we are thankful for our sister from Nigeria from that contribution. One thing about revolutionary struggle is that revolutionaries think with the same idea, and that is very evident today as we listen to Africans and other people from different parts of the world saying the same thing: common enemy and a common struggle, common fight. So now we would like to bring to you a brother Sadari Makali, who is a representative of the revolutionary socialist movement. We think the question of socialism is fundamental for this period of history, because one thing Kwame Ture used to always say is that the question of who owns and controls the means of production, either it's going to be the masses or it's going to be the few. And that is a fundamental question in our struggle today. So we're going to bring to you or turn the mic over to our brother Sadari Makali of the Revolutionary Socialist Movement. Okay. Can you hear my brother? Is he here? Yeah, you have the mic, my brother.
Hello, comrades.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, comrades.
We can hear you.
Hello, comrades.
Yes, we can hear
Hello,
you.
comrades.
Yeah, my
Can
brother.
I speak now?
Yes, you have the mic.
Well done. Solidarity greetings from Nigeria. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Last year, I was also invited to speak in this same event. Interesting thing is that there has been so many developments in Africa, in the world, since the last time we have this kind of a gathering. And the reality was, as a revolutionary, we must continue to strengthen ourselves together and fight. I am Comrade Dimeji Macaulay from the Revolutionary Socialist Movement and the Socialist Party of Nigeria. I salute comrades for consistency and continue to bring us together that kind of events, and for this this year African Day celebration, the situation of things in Africa has not changed. Like I said, there have been so many developments in Africa and in the world. One of the developments is the coming back of President Trump in the US, a racist, sexist, we in Nigeria, where I live, late Fela Anikulapo referred to Africa, Nigeria as that if Nigeria gets it right, Africa will get it right. The crisis in Africa today, Nigeria remains the den of imperialism. We have a president who will be 2 years in office on May 29, and he remains a CIA partner. If not because of resistance, he has made attempt to invade Niger in the interest of article, our African Situation Report of our own organization. For us, it doesn't matter if we communists completely agree with us, but at the same time, I will scan through few words for us to discuss together. I want to say that the situation of things has not completely changed since the last year. And the crisis will remain. We want to work. We are doing that. Oh, later. So we let me off the camera because of the network. So as things stand, the article I shared with comrades now is our position on the African situation. And the coming back of Trump has exposed the world to another phase. The ongoing slaughtering of in Gaza, the Ukrainian-Russia war, and so on and so forth, has exposed the world again that there is need for international campaign against imperialism. As we speak now, killing is ongoing in Gaza. As we speak in Africa, there are no foods for people to eat. Crisis in Africa remain the same. But in Africa, the situation of things to even get a Schengen visa has become worse. In the past, it's a little bit easy, but now things have become from bad to worst. And what can we do? Because we have all known, we must not just make critiques of global capitalism, the crisis itself. What we must struggle for is how can we fight back? How can we end the war in Gaza? How can we end the exploitation of oil from Nigeria to Ghana, from Ghana to Niger Republic, from Niger Republic to Congo, DRC Congo? As we speak, slaughtering is going on in DRC Congo because of resources. Many of these countries are in the puppets of the West. People are dying of curable diseases in Africa. It doesn't mean that Africa does not have enough resources to take care of its own people medically. But because of the puppets in Africa who continue to hold Africa in the jungle, making people to be more poorer, making people to be more susceptible to diseases that normally are curable. Education is a mirage. Nigerians and many African countries spend millions in euros, in pounds, and in dollars to study abroad just for migration. So this crisis continues to remain despite all the efforts we are making. But we must not be discouraged because as things goes on, people are learning. Today, conscious people are fighting for single currency in Africa. Conscious people want a borderless Africa, like we have in Schengen. But the question we put forward is that, will all of this solve the problem? No. On basis of capitalism, it's not going to solve any problem. Like the AFTA, Africa Free Trade Continental Zone that they were trying to work for Africa. Everything is on basis of capitalism. It's a basis of profit driving. Few individuals just want to continue to make profit and pilot collective resources in the interest of the West. The struggle must be linked with our struggle as Africans must be linked with the struggle of liberation of the Western Sahara people. For over 40 decades, the Western Sahara people continue to suffer in Tindouf. They were pursued and they were pursued from their homeland in Western Sahara by the Moroccan government with the support of French and America. The Western Sahara people have no identical relationship with the Moroccans, but the Moroccans continue to occupy their land and selling their fish and plundering their resources. So I do not want to board comrades with long speeches or reading from articles and everything. I've shared the link of our last situation in Africa situation with comrades. Comrades who disagree with us may also reach out. But I don't want us to present the whole case as a case that there is no solution. There is always solution to the Guangatam crisis African people are facing. And that is why we have organizations like our own. We have organizations that still believe that the struggle and commitment of people like Kamas, Lenin, Trotsky, Marcus Garvey, Nkrumah, Amilcar Cabral, and so many, Sankara, and so many African countries, African heroes continue to inspire us to fight. And it's on that basis that we will continue to fight and build. It is not easy to build when people have not eaten in Africa. That is one of the problems we have today in Africa, even in Nigeria, where poverty has been weaponized. The administrators who are political appointees from government, everybody misbehave. What they do is to pillage available resources, collect budgets and everything, then convert it to dollar and take it to Europe, take it to America. So this, the struggle for Africa in the African continent must also be linked with Africans in other African continents, in Asia, in Europe, in America, in Latin America, in Southern America. The struggle of African people remains one. And that is means that we must continue to discuss and build. And for us in Nigeria, we have always stand against imperialism and capitalism. We have always critiqued the position of those who are leading Nigeria in a wrong direction. The geopolitical crisis will continue. Russia is coming to Africa, China is coming to Africa, America is coming to Africa. Coups have been planned to bring in right government where we have radical military governments. Where there is no coup, there are attempts to subvert to continue to strengthen the Western allied who are in power. So, comrades, we have to drop the curtain now because I have just 5 minutes to speak. But oftentimes it's not easy to speak on the periphery, especially when you want to talk about the crisis that Africans are passing through and the crisis that we were born into and that we are growing up into also to fight. We have been, like I said, we have been inspired by the effort of those who are in our fronts. And we must also struggle to inspire people that are coming after us. So, promise, thank you very much for this golden solidarity opportunity to speak at this forum. We will continue to engage and keep in touch. Thank you very much, comrades. Aluta continua, Victoria Asata, and solidarity forever. Thank you very much, comrades.
Thank you very much, my brother. Very great contribution. It is always good to hear Africans in different parts of the world explain the conditions in which they live and how connected they are to the conditions in which Africans in other parts of the world are living. And so there's no question that our oppression is in common, our exploitation is in common, and our struggle is in common as one people worldwide. So we thank you very much for that contribution. At this juncture, we'll bring some culture from Africa, Sister or the Calandre, who's going to talk about Cape to Cairo, which is the essence of Pan-Africanism, that Africa is one. And
ooh, yeah, yeah, oh, yeah. Listen, the struggle was not red. I experienced it, being deprived, being oppressed, even confused. It's enough now, we're taking the power back. We're stronger than before, we're prouder, too strong. The worst is over. From Cape to Cairo, and Morocco to Madagascar. From Cape to Cairo, and Morocco to Madagascar. Now listen, the struggle was not grand. I experienced it, being deprived, being oppressed, even confused. It's enough now, we're taking the power back. We're stronger than before, prouder, too strong. The worst is over.
there's no question that Africa is one. From Cape to Cairo, its islands and territories, there's no question Africa is one. At this juncture, again, this is African Liberation Day, Palestine Day. There can be no world peace without the liberation of Palestine and it returning into the hands of the Palestinian people. The A-APRP-GC, again, is uncompromising and has unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian resistance movement. And with all that comes with that, we are there for them to the best of our ability. So at this juncture, I would like to turn the mic over to Brother Zaid Khatib from the Palestinian Youth Movement, which is a partner in the organization of this year's African Liberation Day and Palestine Day. The mic is yours, brother.
Thank you very much, Brother Malimu, for the invitation, and thank you to the A-APRP-GC for inviting Palestinian Youth Movement to participate again in this year's African Liberation and Palestine Day. Now, every May, the Palestinian Youth Movement and the Palestinian community all around the world commemorates the Nakba. Of course, many people know the Nakba is a commemoration of in 1948, when upon the establishment of the Zionist state, almost 750,000 of Palestinians were displaced from their homes, made refugees, over 500 villages depopulated or destroyed. And really, like what we see nowadays, people are talking about the genocide in Gaza as a second Nakba. But actually, we in the Palestinian Youth Movement and in the Palestinian movement more broadly, sorry, one second again. Sorry, Chuck. We in the Palestinian movement understand that this is not a second Nakba because the first one never ended. The Zionist project at its core is incompatible with Palestinian self-determination. The Zionist project is a settler colonial project, which depends on the displacement, the ethnic cleansing, and sometimes the outright extermination of the Palestinian people. And we see that most reflected in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Today, May 25th, 2025 marks the 596th day of the genocide in Gaza. It marks 3 months since the Zionists broke the ceasefire, the very temporary ceasefire, and 2 months since any aid was let into the Gaza Strip. And we see as a result, primarily of the Palestinian resistance, that the Zionist economy is in shambles. The Zionist entity is not a sustainable one. Settlers are leaving in the hundreds of thousands. The remaining ones are at each other's throats about what the future of the state should be. But actually, they all have one point of unity. And that unity is violence towards the Palestinian people and the liquidation of the Palestinian cause and the national identity. Their tactics are different. So the more so quote unquote progressive Zionists insist upon displacement and domination of the Palestinian people, while further right forces advocate for the outright extermination of all Palestinians. And we know, bringing that to what our role is in the diaspora, not just the Palestinian community and diaspora in the United States and the belly of the beast, but also all people who support the Palestinian cause around the world. We know that the Zionist society would collapse tomorrow if it weren't for the constant flow of American and broader Western support. And especially being within the United States, our duty is to disrupt that flow of support. We can only really achieve that through unity. We understand that unity is our greatest weapon in this fight, in our national liberation struggle, which is ongoing. And in order to achieve this unity, we have to put forward a vision for an alternative world that's free from U.S. imperialism. But building on top of that, it's not just enough to be united in ideology or in theory, but actually to take that into praxis. And we have to commit to taking conscious action every single day to fulfilling the vision of a world that's free from U.S. imperialism and Zionism. And that's why we need to build organizations. Everyone must join a revolutionary organization in order to weaken and to ultimately bury capitalism, U.S. imperialism, and Zionism, and rid it from the earth once and for all. Now, in the Palestinian Youth Movement, one very material way that we want to disrupt the flow of American support to the Zionist state is through our Mask Off Maersk campaign. We're running a campaign at the moment, which is targeting Maersk, which is the second largest shipping company in the world. It's a shipping and logistics company which has provided tens of thousands of shipments to the Zionist entity of military cargo since the start of the genocide and before the genocide began in October 2023. Through the Mask Off Maersk campaign, Maersk is a company that goes, might fly under the radar for most people. We all know the weapons companies, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, all these genocidal corporations would profit off of the death and the destruction of our people and have blood on their hands. But the common denominator for all these companies are companies like Maersk. And we've already achieved in the Palestinian movement tremendous victories in the Mask Off Maersk campaign, which I won't get too much into, but what I will say is that we have been able to force Maersk to reroute at least 2 shipping routes. It used to ship military cargo through Spain and through France. And as a result of the pressure of our campaign and through our meticulously researched reports, we've been able to shut those shipping routes down. So really, these are very material impacts that we're able to have. And we want to popularize this campaign because after almost 600 days of resisting genocide, I think people across the West may feel demoralized, demobilized, thinking that protests have not had a major impact. But we need to build in people the understanding that our struggle is a long-term one. We're not going to win tomorrow. We're not going to win next week. But we stand on the shoulders of those who come before us, and we will set up those who come after us to be able to bury Zionism. So if people want to find out more and contribute to the Mask Off Maersk campaign, people can go to maskoffmaersk.com. Maersk is spelled M-A-E-R-S-K. And to conclude, I will leave everybody here with the famous words by revolutionary Hassan Kanafani, who, in speaking about the importance of joint struggle, the importance of solidarity, not just between the African struggle and the Palestinian struggle, but also anti-imperialist struggles all around the world. He said, imperialism has laid its body over the world, the head in Eastern Asia, the heart in the Middle East, its arteries reaching Africa and Latin America. Wherever you strike it, you damage it, and you serve the world revolution. So thank you. We in the Palestinian Youth Movement are grateful for the relationship that we have with the A-APRP-GC and being 2 fronts of the same overall anti-imperialist struggle who are moving hand in hand to strike imperialism wherever we see it and to achieve liberation for all African and Arab peoples wherever we are. So thank you again. And yeah, onward. Brother Molyneux, you're muted.
I'm sorry about that. Again, I was just thanking Zaid for his contribution and that the African Revolution and the Palestinian Revolution is indivisible. We are one in struggle. And we are politically educating African people worldwide to be anti-Zionists and in solidarity with the Palestinian Revolution. At this juncture, we would like to bring a long-time struggler and fighter for Africa, particularly in Zimbabwe, and particularly in support and solidarity with the Cuban Revolution. But he's a long-term fighter. He's been out here organizing and educating our people around the just struggles of peoples throughout the world. Currently representing Mass Emphasis Children's History and Theater Company, because he's also one that is educating youth and making them aware of their responsibilities to history and to their people. And so we would like to open up the mic to our brother, Obi Egbuna.
Good afternoon, comrades. I'm honored to be here. Can I share something, please?
Yes.
Can I share? Oh, okay. I had sent the video, but let me just, I need the sharing to be turned on. I'll send a request for sharing
Oh, okay.
because I wanted to start with a video that I think really will resonate. It's only like a minute and a half long, not even that long. Okay, so I got the capacity to share. But on behalf of Mass Emphasis and the Zimbabwe-Cuba Friendship Association, which I'm the External Relations Officer for, it's always an honor not only to be part of African Liberation Day, but to be invited by comrades who trained you from the ground up. That's the ultimate experience. And the humility is beyond description. It's always an honor to be on anything that the A-APRP-GC contributes to the landscape of our genuine resistance. So heartfelt camaraderie. What I'm going to show is something cultural, and I don't have a presentation. What I have instead is a report that covers a range of different activities. But this is something, it's a minute and 51 seconds long. This is for everyone here. Hope you like it. There's a quick poem we have. Can I do it?
Yes.
So this is the language poem. Africans here in the U.S. are English-speaking Africans. Africans in Trinidad are English-speaking Africans. Africans in Jamaica are English-speaking Africans. Just like Africans who live in Ghana, just like Africans who live in Kenya, just like Africans who live in Zimbabwe. English-speaking Africans are still Africans, no doubt about it. Africans in Haiti are French-speaking Africans. Africans in Martinique are French-speaking Africans. Just like Africans who live in Guinea, just like Africans who live in Algeria, just like Africans who live in the Congo.
Just like Africans who live in America, just like Africans who live in the Congo.
French-speaking Africans are still Africans, no doubt about it. Africans in Cuba are Spanish-speaking Africans. Africans in Colombia are Spanish-speaking Africans. Africans in Venezuela are Spanish-speaking Africans, just like Africans who live in Equatorial Guinea. Spanish-speaking Africans are still Africans, no doubt about it. Africans in Brazil are Portuguese-speaking Africans, just like Africans who live in Angola, just like Africans who live in Mozambique, just like Africans who live in Guinea-Bissau. Portuguese-speaking Africans are still Africans, no doubt about it. We're all Africans, we're all Africans, we're all Africans. Learn to explain it, learn to celebrate it, learn to defend it. Thank you. That was done in conjunction with the Thomas Sankara Center in Burkina Faso, directed by Inem Richardson. And they just recently opened up another Sankara Center in Niger. So for us, to tell imperialism hands off the Sahel region is one thing, but that doesn't necessarily make you hands-on. You are only hands-on when you begin to organize with the people on the ground through the different institutional vehicles organically created by the masses themselves. So if any of you here would like to develop with all of the attention that the Sahel is receiving and deserves, if you would like to develop a hands-on relationship with the Thomas Sankara Center, which now exists in Niger, and it originated in Burkina Faso. And this was organized even before Captain Traore took power in Burkina. So it's very important. And we'll show you some other activities we've done in conjunction with them. 2 years ago, they did a children's play we have called In Memory of Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and Thomas Sankara. And we have a campaign called the Assata Shakur Cuba Defense Campaign, which has 3 objectives. The first one is to get our sister Assata Shakur off U.S. imperialism's terrorist list through the FBI. the $2 million bounty offer head, and to get Cuba off the State Department's list of nations they falsely accuse of state-sponsored terrorism. And the Thomas Sankara Center participated in the press conference we had to launch our campaign. This week, because it began with Malcolm's birthday, and of course we always blended harmoniously into African Liberation Day, we took the Cuban diplomatic liaison to the African diaspora, Gabriela Castillo, to Dunbar High School in Washington, D.C. For those of you who know the historical significance of Dunbar, that's the first high school for Africans in the United States of America, starting as M Street Colored School. And there is going to be a cultural exchange between Cuba and Dunbar. And for those of you who went to the conference that they had around the peoples of African descent, we urge everyone to get as many schools to link up with Cuba. And what was discussed that day was the correlation between the Revolutionary Literacy Campaign of 1962 and our efforts to have fundamental education since post-Reconstruction. On April 30th, the same day that there were demonstrations all over the world dealing with Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, we established something called the Shirley Graham Du Bois William Worthy Media Friendship Collective, where we had journalists in Africa, journalists in the Caribbean, journalists in the Americas, journalists in the United States, journalists in Europe, who came together and formed an umbrella to enhance the quality of how Cuban news is reported. And this is something that Cuba has been pushing for since 1959, when Joe Louis took the National Newspaper Publishers Association to Cuba. So we were able to do that, and we'd like to thank the African Awareness Association through their media vehicle, Africa on the Move, for being part of that effort. We started it on April 30th, and we're looking to recruit more entities into it. On June 18th this year, as a post-Day of the African Child activity, we will be launching a project called the Assata Shakur Pauline Lumumba Defense Project. And it is a project to begin to get Africans all over the diaspora to work with Cuban doctors on the ground on the African continent, specifically providing the Henry Reed Medical Brigade, the 4,000 doctors that Cuba has strategically spread throughout Africa, and give them some hands-on support, which gives us an alternative to the Gates Foundation, an alternative to the Bush Foundation, as George Bush has become a born-again humanitarian and has the largest highway in Ghana named after him. Audaciously is the only way we can describe that. So that's what we have going on in relationship to that. On the cultural front, on Kwame Ture's birthday, on June 29th, we will be doing a play called Dancing Towards Liberation with Our Children. And that play deals with honoring Catherine Dunham and Pearl Primus, the two mothers of African dance. Catherine Dunham introduced us to the Haitian Revolution through her feet and reaffirmed her commitment to the Haitian Revolution by having a 40-day strike protesting U.S. imperialist policy on Haiti at the age of 82. And Pearl Primus got the name Omawali 20 years before Brother Malcolm, when she went to Nigeria to build alliances along dance. So our children will be doing a poem around them. We also have an album coming up as a follow-up to the Battle Cry for Cuba and Zimbabwe project we did a few years ago, where we did 3 albums in a 3-year period. We co-produced that with M1, affectionately known, but his name is Mutulu Olubala, the other half of the internationally acclaimed hip-hop group Dead Prez. We did 3 albums in a 3-year period, over 100 songs of music, multi-genre, cross-generational, artists all over the world calling for the lifting of sanctions on Zimbabwe and the blockade on Cuba. We're going to do an album in honor of Assata Shakur and Pauline Lumumba. So we're encouraging artists all over who would like to be involved to become involved in that process. In conclusion, on a local front, Washington, D.C. has become the food insecurity capital of the United States of America. 1 out of 7 children go to bed without food. So we're having our 3rd event on June 6th. We're working in conjunction with sports teams to feed children their mind through teaching them our history. This is a mass emphasis initiative, and we've got people in the community feeding those children. We had our first event at the end of February. We had our second event in Annapolis, and we're having our 3rd one in Washington, D.C. behind Malcolm X Park. Our goal is to pull in all of the recreation centers, all of the sports teams and all of the libraries into their dynamic. And then we can say that this is our way of complementing the work in Africa to deal with hunger, to deal with the water crisis, to deal with the energy crisis, which we know is a serious issue because 4 children on the African continent die of starvation every hour. At a moment in history where there are 2,775 billionaires worth $15 trillion and 709 million people on the planet that live on $1.90 a day or less, where 409 million of them can be found within the geographical borders and parameters of the African continent. So that is our work, that is our service, and we just wanted to, we're privileged to have this space to share, methodologically speaking, the tactical and strategical way we execute the ideas that we're willing to give our life defending and upholding. We thank you very much. We hope we didn't take up too much time. We hope you were pleased with what you received from us. We thank you. One unified socialist Africa, one unified liberated African people. Thank you.
My brother, we are appreciative of your contribution. What we would like to do, we had asked a sister from the DMV SJP coalition to present and was just able to get on. So we're going to open the mic up for her to share with her her contribution to this African Liberation Day. So, sister, the mic is yours, Sister Aya.
Thank you so much for having me. I just want to thank AAPRP's continued comradeship. The strides that we have made on college campuses would not have been possible without the support of our movement partners. And, to quote Kwame Ture, although I'm sure you guys are all familiar with this quote, he said, "The students are the spark that sets the revolution ablaze, but they are not enough to carry it through to the end." And so we are very aware and thankful of the effect that our community partners have. But that being said, we should not underestimate the importance of college campuses. We recognize them as as important sites of struggle, and they recognize them as important sites of struggle. And we see that time and time again. We see that with the increased repression that students around the country are facing, even though it is sharpening contradictions to no end to see these students being brutalized en masse. That's a cost-benefit analysis that the imperialists took, and they still decided that crushing the movement for Palestine on college campuses was more important than keeping that mask on. And even historically, over half of the martyrs of the first Intifada were students. And, I think this goes back to the purpose of knowledge production and knowledge sharing, and the purpose that universities serve, right? To last time I promised, but to quote Kwame Ture again, we love him in DMV SJP, but he talks about how the purpose of knowledge is to alleviate all human suffering. But knowledge sharing and knowledge production in higher education as it exists in the imperialist systems function to manufacture a labor force that only serves the ruling class. And not only that, but to legitimize imperial logics and to codify these logics into inscrutable facts. And that's why the movement is so important on college campuses, because these institutions that legitimize the overwhelming capitalist imperialist system that we're living under, we need to target those sites of legitimization. And we know that this is not what knowledge has to be, right? We know that we have to draw the line between intellectualism and academia. One example I can think of, kind of steering my spiel back to the theme of women, the theme of the day, which part of it is women's struggle, I think of like what Khalida Gerard does and the education work she does in occupation prisons, the systems of education that Palestinian prisoners have built, and not just built, but fought very viciously to keep, are so invaluable for the movement. The reason prisoners are the compass of our struggle is because the intellectual and practical skills that our prisoners learn, not just through their material conditions, but through the systems of knowledge sharing that they've constructed, are more valuable than anything they could learn in universities, anything we learn in universities. And so, you know, taking our cues from them, taking our cues from other revolutionaries in movements all over the world, we have to understand that it's our job as students to not only work to dismantle the oppressive academic systems that we operate within, but also to contribute to the strategy and the knowledge that guides a principled mass movement. And I'll wrap up here with like a little call to action to support the struggle of the students, of course. Like one material way you can do that is through coming out to demonstrations, or I'm a student at GW, and we've launched a Sanctuary Campus campaign that people can sign on to through their organizations. You can do that at the link in the SJPGWU bio. But also another call to action is just to cultivate a rigorous revolutionary curriculum in your own life, to commit to raising revolutionary consciousness within your own community through events just like this one. I'm always so thrilled to learn from the events that Pan-African Community Action or Anakbayan or A-APRP hosts, because it's these events are really so crucial to disrupting the imperial logics and to cultivating that consciousness in our communities. And we have a lot of work to do on the student front, especially now. I think it's not gonna get any easier. So we really appreciate the continued support from A-APRP, and thank you for this speaking.
We thank you very much. I think one thing is important that it be recognized that throughout the world, it is the women who are frontline, fighting against injustice, fighting against oppression, and fighting against exploitation. And she is absolutely correct. Our position has not changed. The student spark revolution. And she is a sterling example of a politically conscious student and young woman. And, you know, and Kwame Nkrumah always said that you can measure the revolutionary awareness of a country by the political maturity of its women. And so she is an example of the future of revolutionary struggle against capitalism and imperialism, and the oppression of women is bright because the young women are taking it on the responsibility to be in the leadership of the struggle against injustice. And so we are very appreciative of her contribution. We ask you, we know this is a long day, that you stay with us as we, you know, continue through the program. These days don't happen often, and so we are so inspired. The A-APRP-GC is so inspired by your presence here and your contributions to African Liberation Day and Palestine Day. We also would like to, again, thank our brother Obi. Again, we go back for his contribution to African Liberation Day and Palestine Day, and his contribution to the struggles of our people in general and all people. And I think it was very clear in this presentation that they are continuing to find different avenues by which to make these contributions. And so we are so thankful for his contribution. For those who may be interested in the A-APRP-GC, you can always go to our webpage at a-aprp-gc.org. We will have an orientation for our party next month. And so you can always sign up there and for orientation and join our party. But as we were always taught by Kwame, you know, if the A-APRP-GC is not what you think is best for you, join an organization that is struggling for your people. And if there are none out there, build one. But there's no question that our people, all people, must belong to an organization that is struggling to resolve the issues of oppression and exploitation. We would like now to take a step forward, where we at, and bring, again, in the struggle of our people, there are all types of expressions and of struggle and ideological perspectives, and we try to give credence to and solidarity with them. And so we want to open the mic up to Brother Maurice Robinson from Slang to make his contribution to African Liberation Day Palestine Day. So, Brother Maurice, the mic is yours.
Revolutionary Pan-African Revolutionary greetings. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and present on the behalf of Slang, Struggling, Living, and Never Giving Up. I just want to say that we are in solidarity with the A-APRP-GC, and just want to thank you so much for allowing us to speak, and thank you for the work and the dedication to Africa and African people around the world. Excuse me, I'm out and about with moms, so my apologies for not being stable. But I just wanted to give a shout out to the brother from Niger who was speaking on revolutionary struggle. Scientific socialism is the only way we have to have struggle, class struggle. We've seen the current events with the orange man in office, speaking with the South African president and trying to continue the settler colonialism and capitalism domination in Africa with his rhetorics or whatnot. But I'm not going to be long. I just want to thank you so much for the great work that y'all are doing, and forward ever, backwards never. Thank you so much. Is there any additional points, words you wanted me to speak on?
No, whatever your contribution is, my brother, we just give you the platform, and so if that's what you have to offer, we're very thankful for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. We have to say, you know, in the A-APRP-GC, that one of the revolutions that is taking place in the world today, we are in solidarity with, actually in solidarity with all revolutionary struggles, but in particular, the Bolivarian revolution in Venezuela is a struggle. Particularly, there are Africans there, and they are victims of U.S. imperialism, aggression from U.S. imperialism, financing the opposition inside of solidarity. And so we wanted to bring to you a representative of that movement there from the Venezuelan Solidarity Network, Brother William Kamikaro. And so he can kind of update us on what is going on in Venezuela today. All right. And so, Brother Kamikaro, the mic is yours, and we thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, brother. First of all, I want to say, free Palestine. I think that Palestine is in the mind of everybody that love justice and this planet Earth. Also, yes, to celebrate with all our brothers and sisters the day of Malcolm X, and also also to celebrate the Vietnamese victory. Today we have really facing a huge amount of issues in South America, especially now and also in Africa, especially now that we have a KKK white supremacy in the White House. We have been able to see the way that the president of South Africa was treated in the White House. We have been able to see how also the Trump administration have been treating some of his allies, but also how they have been attacking the South American and Latin American immigrants or people of color in United States since Donald Trump came to power. There is a very dramatic issue that we are living in these days, that is the issue of the immigrant people, especially people of color. They have been attacking community from all over Latin America and Africa, Haiti. We never forget. We always have to remember Haiti. So in the last weeks, the Trump administration has been implementing some alliance with another character in the region, President Nayib Bukele in El Salvador, who basically is we could say that he's an Israel agent in the region. With the support of United States and Israel, Bukele was able to build enormous, or huge prison that they call a terrorist conference center, SECOP, that is located 1 hour from the capital of El Salvador. It's a prison that was made basically for around 40,000 people, prisoners, that right now is they have approximately 85,000 prisoners in that prison. So there are so many accusations against human accusation against Bukele and against that specific prison. For example, there is one that is very alarming from the different NGOs located in El Salvador. For example, the one is that the Socorro Humanitario, that is a Salvadorian organization there, basically they said that from those 85,000 people that were arrested there, that are arrested there, approximately 35,000 they are innocent. They have to release 8,000 from the prison. And from that big number, 78% of them have been unable to see a judge. So they have not been able to have a trial for them. So people there have no basic access, basic human rights. They don't have access to a phone call. They don't have access to visit. They don't have enough food. They don't have enough water. A lot of people are dying in that prison. That prison was built 3 years ago, and basically people there, and most of the people of color, people are dying of failure in the kidney, liver problems, pneumonia, and some other sicknesses that people are suffering in that prison. And so in 3 years, according to Socorro Humanitario, more than 410 prisoners have died. It's in this context that the Trump administration decided to send 253 migrants from Venezuela and United States to that prison. First of all, that was illegal and unconstitutional unconstitutional transferring of people from one place to another one. So it's completely unconstitutional. If you do something like that without the due process. So, and and also could be called like it's a human right violation, and could be uh, demand by the UN and other big international organizations can really be doing something in this case because it's a notorious human right violation. The other issue is this SECOP, this prison, is becoming an international prison. There are a bunch of Colombian people like I would say that around 145 people have been incarcerated in El Salvador, people that are from Colombia, and there are people from other nationalities in that prison. Basically, it's no Venezuelan government demand the release of those Venezuelans that are right now in the prison in El Salvador and request to Bukele, president of El Salvador, to release them, that the Venezuela will be sending an airplane to take him back to Venezuela. But they have not been released. They are still in prison. And Venezuela decided to hire a firm, a law firm, that was led by Ruth Lopez. Ruth Lopez, chief attorney in a special program in another NGO called Cristoso. So this NGO that worked with human rights there in El Salvador was basically working and to trying to free those Venezuelans in El Salvador. Just a year ago, the BBC recognized Ruth Lopez as one of the one of the 100 most influential people, women in the world. So this renewed lawyer just have been that have been in charge of the more than 250 Venezuelans in prison in the SECOP for less than 1 month. She was in charge when she was arrested and held incommunicated on May 19. So I think that she was able to meet with a lawyer yesterday just because the international community all over were protesting and demanding Bukele to free her. This is the case. The thing is that Washington, we know Washington has been basically an enemy of the Bolivarian Revolution since President Hugo Chavez in 1998 came to power. We have to remember that in 2015, President Obama imposed an infamous executive order declaring a national emergency for the United States in regarding of the Bolivarian Revolution, basically accusing the Bolivarian Revolution to be a threat for United States security, national security. Since that happened, Venezuela has been facing a huge amount of sanctions, coercive, illegal, unilateral measures against the Venezuelan people. And that has been a big problem for the entire country because that has been creating a huge amount of economy problems. That have been also creating a huge mass exodus of Venezuelans abroad that never happened before. For example, the Center for Economy Policy in Washington, D.C., they report in 2019 that more than 4,000 Venezuelans were dead, and from 2017 to 2018, thanks to the devastating consequence of the USA sanctions against the daily life of the ordinary people in Venezuela. So at this time, it's not an exaggeration when we say that this situation with the Venezuelan immigrants and United States. It's a new attack from United States, from the empire, against the Venezuelan people. Without providing any justification, any evidence, the Trump administration basically accused the Venezuelan immigrants of being terrorists and members of the criminal gang called Tren de Aragua. Basically, uh, and also, use and invoke a very primitive law called the Alien Enemy Act of 1798. So that primitive law has been used only 3 times, and now it's using and supposedly that law is supposed to be used in times of war, but now that law is using again Venezuelan immigrants to basically deport them in very easy without go to the legal due process in these cases. So there are reports from the New York Times, the Cato Institute, that is a right-wing institute, the CNN, all these, uh, you know, institutions basically contradict the Trump administration and his accusation against the Venezuelan immigrants. Uh, Even the Washington Post have a report that 18 USA intelligence agencies contradict Donald Trump accusation against the Venezuelans. We have to say that the so-called gangs existing is highly questionable because the Venezuelan government said that criminal organization was completely dismantled. So the immigration to United States, Venezuela, according to the Migration Policy Institute, by 1980, there were around 33,000 Venezuelans in the United States. But since the infamous Obama decree, Venezuela has been among of the fastest growing USA immigrant groups, with the population growing even more, a little more than 318% between 2010 to 2023. So right now we have in United States more than 770,000 Venezuelans living. And this drastic increase is undoubtedly a profound consequence of the coercive and illegal measure imposed on the Venezuelan people. The goal is not merely to return immigrants, but rather to punish and penalize immigration. A large part of this immigration, we know, is generated and it's caused by all the policies and global domination and all the wars the United States implicated all the time. So this is a very critical issue for all immigrants in the United States, because now the Trump administration began to talk to 19 nations, including Libya, Kosovo, Rwanda, and Moldova, to accept deportees. So they want that other country receive deported people like Salvador has done from all over the planet. And in words of the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he said, we're looking for places very far so they cannot come back. So that's the kind of mentality that this criminal have. Venezuela, in the case of Venezuela, Venezuela has been requesting them to send them back to Venezuela, that they will send an airplane and they will be getting them from wherever they wanted, they putting them. So they have been sending a bunch of Venezuelan immigrants to Mexico, and Venezuela have been sending airplanes to Mexico to get those immigrants back to the country. But even though Venezuela has been facilitating everything, they have been sending Venezuelans to El Salvador and to Guantanamo. Something that is unacceptable. So we need to also be aware that Donald Trump friend, Eric Prince, that everybody knows as a mercenary, a founder of the Blackwater, basically is proposing to the Trump administration to he proposes a project to the Trump administration. It's about 25 billion project to privatize the mass deportation of 12 million immigrants and to build a maximum security prison for immigrants in the South. So that is the kind of situation that we are living now. And this is Dantesque scenario is a political actor that we will not be able to forget for a long time. The Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he presents himself and his rhetoric in front of the Venezuelan people as a good friend and defending of those Venezuelan immigrants fleeing the dictatorship, from the supposed dictatorship. He presented himself with one of his best friend, but was Marco Rubio that request the drop of around 350,000 Venezuelan immigrants living in United States from the temporary protected status (TPS). So he was the order, the dropping of the 350,000 Venezuelans from that special program. So this is the largest revocation of immigration status in the USA history. Basically, what United States trying to provoke is more chaos from the Venezuelan government, sending them back all these big amounts of people that came to United States through in a period of time of 10 years or more, and create an economy sabotage in the moment that they are trying to magnify the sanctions and the pressures against the economy of Venezuela. There's a very critical problem. Venezuela, President Maduro has been saying that they will receive all the Venezuelan immigrants. There's no big issue. But in the middle of that situation, we know that behind that, what United States wants is to make everything more difficult for the Venezuelan government. And this last May 22nd, there was a massive march for closing out the election campaign and to elect members of the National Assembly, the state parliament, governors, and President Maduro joined to the marchers. We displayed enormous enthusiasm and popular euphoria. Just he wasn't marching, but just few hours before, the government catch 25 mercenaries from different parts of the world, Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, from Ukraine, that basically they were there in Venezuela because they wanted to kill the president and to sabotage the infrastructure that is vital for the daily life of the Venezuelan people. So I just want to say now the election is taking place. I've been watching the news and reading what's going on, and everything looks normal. Everything looks fine. And I don't have doubt that the victory will be for the Venezuelan government, for the Venezuelan party. And we have to celebrate that new victory over all the evil intentions of the empire. Just to end in saying that Venezuelan people will be in the street today at the end of the day to celebrate the victory and to add that one of the biggest chief of campaign of the President Maduro and his party during this entire campaign have been Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, because what they have been done all this time, all the opposition and all this attack against the Bolivarian revolution, what they have been creating is a huge amount to get a huge amount of people involved in politics, and a lot of people on the grass have been using all those attacks against Venezuela to mobilize and to get people out to vote. So, and the result of this voting will be tense to the opposition or the White House, because Venezuelan people don't want to be under the pressure or under the mandate of the empire. I want to say thank you very much, brother. Thank you very much, everybody that have been with us today.
Thank you very much, my brother. Again, it's so important that that we know what's going on with our people around the world, particularly in Venezuela, where U.S. imperialism is the motivator or the creates the conditions for our and other Venezuelan people to want to leave the country because of the types of economic blockade and pressures that are being put on that country. And so we are very grateful to have this information shared with us and with our audience regarding the Bolivarian Revolution and Venezuela. And so moving forward, we would like to bring another kind of cultural presentation. This presentation is a little different and outside of the parameters politically, I think, of African Liberation Day. But we have a supporter and friend and brother Mike Rollins that's been with us from the very first African Liberation Day back in 1976. And so we want to acknowledge him and to show some of the work that he does as it relates to the questions of culture and those types of things. And so we're going to play a little bit of his one of his organizations, one of his bands, so to speak, 70 Degrees from the West. And so I hope you like it.
Present to you what we call we're gonna take it back a little bit. Come on.
All right, and so that's from Brother Mike Rollins. And again, we are so grateful to him for his longstanding support of our party and of African Liberation Day. Again, next year is the 50th anniversary of the APRP organizing African Liberation Day going back to 1976. And so we will be back in Washington, D.C. To celebrate and commemorate African Liberation Day. Right now, we would like to acknowledge and bring to the mic Brother Haki, representing the Africa on the Move radio. We cannot say enough about the contributions and the information, the educational programming that Africa on the Move radio has brought to our people. And so we are very proud and appreciative of that contribution and Brother Haki. And so we will open the mic up to you, my brother, Brother Haki. Is he here? Brother Haki, can you hear?
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, little technical difficulties. But anyway, brother, thank you for having me. I want to thank you and the organization for having me. Well, my name is Haki Kamathi Mashoki, and I'm a representative of African Awareness, and as you alluded to, Africa on the Move TV program. Now, I'm here today to express my support for A-APRP-GC and the longevity of this liberation organization's commitment to eradicating global social political structures that relegates humanity to serfs, while unilaterally fomenting policies committed to the exploitation and marginalization of the entire African continent. While A-APRP-GC pursuit of Pan-Africanism is perceived as more of an objective than an ideology, my position is such an objective inevitably leads to the fundamental truth: socialism is preferable if humanity is to avert a humanitarian precipice or planetary destruction implicit in the tenets of capitalism. Also, A-APRP-GC must be acknowledged for highlighting the historical ills inflicting African people worldwide. By drawing upon the history of African subjugation, a picture emerges clarifying the role of economic, political institutions, both nationally and internationally, that maintains a stranglehold on the aspirations and the development of African people worldwide. It is through this prism humanity is better able to deconstruct the horrors of capitalism by evaluating the systematic impact of Western institutions on the day-to-day lives of African people and Africans' attempts to maintain their humanity in the face of what appears as an ongoing project committed to the debasement of Blackness. Sadly, this ongoing assault on anti-African has accelerated under Trump and shows no sign of abating. While reducing so-called investments in Africa, the same administration persists in policies to destabilize Africa and at the same time surreptitiously seeks to bribe corrupt African leaders to embrace U.S. interests, ensuring the strength of imperialist structures that resist humanitarian changes. Recently, Trump formulated a plan to create, in essence, black sites to intern immigrants. He proposes 19 sites throughout the world. Among these sites slated, 5 are in African countries. Those countries are Libya, Angola, Rwanda, Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, and Equatorial Guinea. It should be noted, this is an implicit threat to the colonized African nations inside the United States. If you recall, during Hurricane Katrina, Africans fleeing the storm were called refugees, not citizens. Implications being, whether the Constitution, despite the 14th Amendment, see Africans born in the U.S. as citizens continue to be debated. In lieu of Trump's administrative attacks on diversity, equity, inclusion, erasure of Black history, including banning the books, firing of federal workers, which disproportionately accounts for the existence of the Black middle class in the United States, and empowering of police abuse by making disciplining rogue police an impossibility via Department of Justice inaction, underscore the precarious predicament African people are confronted, who many may find themselves in the same prisons as the economy continues to deconstruct. And keeping in mind, the U.S. economy has been declined since the 1970s. Now, given this backdrop, A-APRP-GC served as a persistent drumbeat, while complacency among African people is not a luxury we can afford. Ostensibly, even though a confluence of ideologies may contribute to the dismantling of capitalism, Pan-Africanism stands as a testament to the possibility of human salvation and planetary longevity. In an age of fossil fuel emissions increasing, encouraged by the Trump administration and World Health Organization projections of decreasing global temperatures and an impossibility under this administration, means a new paradigm is needed to reshape global perspectives with a focus on sustainable development and humanism. Africa is indispensable in that regard. Africa has both mineral resources and, as the birthplace of human civilization, a conceptual aesthetic of the oneness of existence, which eliminates vulgarities of racism and other such stupidity. In conclusion, help your A-APRP-GC, an organization key to elevating discourse as to which way forward. By contrasting the relationship between the national and international framework and Africa's invisibility, which must end. Clearly, the invisibility of Africa is to conceal its history and in the process legitimizes imperialism. This can no longer stand and must consciously be fought against. Thank A-APRP-GC organization for its perseverance and proper understanding of history as it elevates Africa's contributions to the world and its ability to shape world affairs. Again, brother, I want to thank you and I want to thank A-APRP-GC for inviting me to this program. Thank you very much.
And we thank you, my brother, for those words, that contribution. And again, we would like to highlight the contributions that Africa on the Move Radio has made historically in terms of mass political education of our people. Moving forward, we have a friend of the party, a brother that for us goes back many years. He is a representative of the Pan-African Revolutionary Socialist Party. You know, the African Revolution has many expressions, many different organizational expressions, and the PRSP is one of those. But we're fighting for the same objective, as one unified socialist Africa. And so we have brought them here or invited them here to kind of share their perspective on things that are going on with their party and any other types of information they find pertinent to share at this African Liberation Day, Palestine Day celebration. So I'm opening the mic up to our brother Neil Holmes. Neil Holmes, you now have the mic. You here, my brother? I see you here, but okay.
Yes, thank you so much. On behalf of the Virginia chapter of the Pan-African Revolutionary Socialist Party, the PRSP, we would like to really extend our appreciation and solidarity to the All African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, for its long-term, consistent struggle. And we want to talk about it in two ways. First, we want to talk about the theme for today for African Liberation and Palestine Day. This theme is appropriate because as we speak, and as one of the speakers said earlier, women and children are bearing the brunt of this genocidal campaign that's going forward, not only in Palestine, but in the Congo, in Sudan, throughout the African world, throughout the so-called global South. And so, and we also see dialectically women's leadership standing up, leading, pushing us forward, leading us, pulling us forward in a correct way with very correct understanding of which way the struggle should go. So we think the slogan is an excellent one. The second point is that the A-APRP-GC for a very long time has shown the indissoluble link between the African Revolution and the Palestinian Revolution These revolutions are one and the same. They're part of the same struggle. They're part of the same thing, both in the material world and in the ideological world. So these elements are very crucial. Kwame Ture taught us long ago that we have to be firm on this question of Zionism. We have to understand what it is, what it does, and we see now that Zionism has become a social, political dictatorship in this country in many ways. So and around the world, you cannot criticize Israel. You cannot criticize Zionism. So this is where we are is a really critical point, because actually we are winning the masses ideologically to understand where the struggle is. The other thing about Zionism is, and Kwame pointed this out years ago, and we see it clear and clear every day, is that Zionist has his fingers in the African pie. It has a history of moving against our movements. In South Africa, it moved against us. In Namibia, it moved against us. When progressive forces and revolutionary forces were moving forward in Liberia, the Zionists moved in to squash them. And today we see the Zionists attempting in league with the U.S. and in league with certain forces in the Gulf, those Gulf state monarchs, to begin to economically complete the job of eating up Africa. One of the wealthiest Zionist economic entities, a man by the name of, I don't know how to pronounce it, Haim, said recently that Israel itself was going to be the critical link between the U.S. and its penetration of Africa. And he was talking in particular about this Libido corridor project. He said, up until this point, the Chinese have been a major force getting certain minerals out of Africa, but in order to get these things forward, we're going to be the key link. He's meaning Israel at that point. And he also said that once they get Saudi Arabia to come on board openly, because they're already on board, but to come on board openly with the so-called Abraham Accords, then the Muslim African countries will follow, and then the rest of Africa will be in their lap. So this is so when we talk about Zionism, we have to look at the Zionist oppression of Africans on the continent and around the world. In the United States, if you are an elected official, an African elected official, and if you say the smallest thing about Zionism, you're out of there. 38, at least 38. The majority of those Africans who are part of the Congressional Black Caucus get money from AIPAC, which is a Zionist lobby. So this is where we are. Zionism is not only an enemy of Palestine directly, but it's a direct enemy of African people all around the world. So it must be defeated. Now, in situations like this, in forums like this, we always try to suggest one or two things. And one thing we think that we always put forward is what Nkrumah called for some time ago, the creation of what he called the All-African Committee for Political Coordination. Doesn't have to have that same name, but we believe that at this particular point in history, it's really going to be important for forces to collaborate more and more, Pan-Africanist forces, particularly those forces which come out of the Nkrumah's tree or the Nkrumah-Torres tree or the Nkrumah-Torres-Cabrales tree, that we have to collaborate as much as possible at this particular period. So I just want to close And thank you again for the invitation. As we say, always forward ever. And as a young lady, young comrade said earlier, young woman said earlier, we understand that this struggle is not a 1 day, 2 day, or not an overnight struggle. We're in it for the long run, but victory is ours. Forward ever, backwards never.
All right, we thank you for your contribution. And again, I think we would agree that the enemy is united in their exploitation and oppression of our people and of our continent and other areas of the world. And it's very important that the forces of progress and revolution find common ground to fight a common enemy. We'd like to bring up next, as we're moving forward, a brother that it demonstrates the importance or the relationship between those who are in the business world and we who are in the struggle. And so one of our supporters and friends is Brother Henry Johnson from Johnson Office Supplies and Products. And so we want to give him the mic to make his contribution to African Liberation Day and Palestine Day today. So Brother Johnson, the mic is yours.
Greetings, brothers and sisters, and happy day to everyone on board. Today, I'm currently in New York, and I'm excited about the fact that we're here talking about something that's very important. My desire is for all of us to be healthy and wealthy. I am an advocate of health and wellness, and I know for a fact that we are in a war for our health. And I think it's important that we recognize the fact that the enemy knows how to control us. And one of the ways in which he's controlling us is through our diet, the things that we're consuming each and every day. So I'm going to make this short and brief, but I believe that all of us on the call desire to live a long and healthy life. And it's important that we do certain things. And I think the most important thing is that we have our health. And the one way in which I feel we can have our health and obtain our health and to work toward the goals that we are speaking about today is to consume the right and correct products. I believe that we should not be consuming, number one, animal products. Number two, I believe we should be exercising every day. Number three, I believe we should be getting our rest. And number four, I believe we should be caring about our fellow man in so many ways I can't even describe. So with that being said, I just want us to realize that we are what we eat. We have to begin to eat those things that's going to give us life, not death. As I said before, I'm aboard a ship right now, and my time is rather short. But I just wanted to come on and say, we are goddess and gods, but unless we consume the things that will allow us to be that which we are born to be, we will have a diseased body, a body that's not going to allow us to be the great people that we are. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for allowing me to share my few moments, my words, and I wish all of you all health and wellness always. Peace, love, and light to everyone.
Thank you, my brother. Again, every kernel of knowledge is very important. And I think, those of us just our people in general who have been victims of oppression and exploitation and not given many choices when it comes to the quality of health care and food, et cetera, that these become important issues that we have to confront both individually and as a collective people. It's what some of the things that we are fighting for so that we control those aspects of our lives. producing our own food and all those types of things are so critical and important. Moving ahead, we have I would call a special guest contributor because she's a representative of our people from Haiti, who were one of the first to defeat imperialism inside of the Western Hemisphere. I'll say the first, and who are victims of the scourge of imperialism on our people there today, who suffer tremendously because of the capitalism, of the American capitalist system and imperialism. And so we want to open the mic up to our sister Ezili Danto from the Free Haiti movement, and will provide us with her understanding of where we at in Haiti and how we can, as African people and others, can be more in solidarity with the struggle of our people there in Haiti. Sister Ezili, the mic is yours.
Honor and respect. Thank you so much for having me. Aibobo and Black Power to all in the A-APRP-GC and all who fight the terror of the slaver colonists, the imperialists, the profit over people, those who privatize public assets for the few white oligarchs of the world. As you said, we were the first to break the chains. We were the first to be brought into the so-called New World as enslaved people. And after 300 years, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henri Christophe, Toussaint Louverture, and the women of the Haitian Revolution beat 3 European powers, the French, the British, and the Spanish. For that, for 220 years since 1804, we have paid a price. But today I am here to honor the legacy of the African Liberation Day and to affirm that Haiti is where Pan-African unity first materialized on August 14, 1791, and we remain on the front lines of the global African revolution. The colonial media will not tell you this, but we do fight back. They will tell you that night, I will tell you that this, what we did was what Africa must do, which is to become one people, one voice, one military force, one currency. That's what we did. And this is the reason we pay the price of today being colonized by 6 former slavers. They have come together as one fist, and they actually are so evil and wicked, they came together on the 200th anniversary of our independence in 2004. It is the first time that France, since we beat Napoleon, put their foot on the island as soldiers. And it's my understanding that they named the contingent Rochambeau. So these folks never forget. They are born killers, and they want all that we are, and they actually feed off of Black pain. Our job at the Free Haiti movement, which I've headed since 2004, started the Haitian Lawyers Leadership in 1994. I was a lawyer for the democratically elected president that the Bush administration deported back to Africa. We are about Black sovereignty, anti-colonialism, and we, as I said, we're the first to abolish slavery, direct colonialism, forced assimilation, and we got rid of the slave trade in Haiti. But for that, all around us, we were within a sea of slavery. And we are now today still in that sea, essentially. They came back with the independence debt in 1825, where we were paying reparations to those who held us in bondage for 300 years. And the U.S. in 1914 took our gold reserves, giving it to the city boys of New York and tying our currency to the U.S. dollar, and also bringing in the Syrian Lebanese to replace the mulattoes as our overseers. Ecclesiastic colonialism persists, with the Catholic Church owning more land in Haiti than the Haitian government. Our ports are privatized, overseen by the new imperialist proxies, like I said, the Christian, Syrian, Lebanese oligarchs, who a century ago were the subjects of France. So France came back in another guise. Of the buffer races. And these same buffer races are all over the Caribbean. They are being used as the new overseers to replace the mulatto elites. And so they invest nothing in the nation of Haiti, but instead use Haiti as a launching pad for the U.S. to amass drug monies and other trade events and things to fight their Middle Eastern wars. And Haiti is just that. This is our situation. You won't hear that narrative in the international media. So I thank you, brothers and sisters, for your solidarity with our movement. We are today fighting what is known as the core group. This is 6 nations, mostly former slave-holding nations that we beat. The United States, France, Canada, Germany's in there, Spain, of course, to our eastern side with the Dominican Republic, and of course, the Brazil has joined in. So backed by the Bretton Woods organizations of the European Union, Organization of American States, and the OAS. They are one fist against a country with no allies. So the United States maintains, for those who don't know, the 4th largest U.S. embassy in the world in tiny Haiti, and yet they tell the world they have no strategic interest in the Windward Passage or our waters, but they are there to spy on those who actually do have alliances with the geopolitical enemies of America and the West. They are there to spy on Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela. We are just props to them. They maintain instability through fake aid, fake elections, all sorts of different catastrophes, like bringing in the UN to put their feces in our water and killing over 30,000 Haitians, allowing that to continue from today with no reparations, and displacing millions of Haitians. Today, after the earthquake, the United States brought in Michel Martelly through the Clintons and the Democrats, and they play both roles, right? It's the duopoly. Whether it's Democrats or Republicans. So we want to say that as Free Haiti, as the descendants of Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Tantoya, Défilé, Marie-Jeanne, we are in solidarity with the Sahel Alliance, President Abraham Traoré, the people of Palestine, Congo, Sudan. We send a special shout out to the people of the Congo, who have had more than 6 million people dead, with no one paying any attention, while this pink man right now is bringing in immigrants from apartheid, descendants of white apartheid Boers, to America, while legal Haitians with TPS, 500,000 of them, are being used as the scapegoats for America's domestic problems. And so as Biden brings in 100,000 or so through the Biden program, Haitians, bringing them in a space where to brain drain us, then you have Trump using those very Haitians as his scapegoat, and for the white psychological fear of a Black planet. We are criminalized as people who eat pets and other racist things. So our people are facing not only the terrorists, sort of like the M23 and the ISIS that they created in Haiti, after 30 years of U.S. occupation. They have Vive Ensemble, which are armed through the Dominican Republic and through the United States. They meet regularly, as the U.S. ambassador tells you, openly with these terrorists to secure their supposedly U.S. embassy, not Haitian life. They went through this whole rigmarole of bringing in a blackface house Negro from Kenya, who has been there for over a year, and territory keeps being taken by their terrorists. So the Haitian police are trained by our enemy, and they do not secure the people. They have put together a CARICOM, black-faced CPT, illegal government with no legitimacy, and insult the truth by having 9 presidents in a country where since 2010, no one of these leaders feel any embarrassment that that palace is broken. They're living in hotels, getting fat off of the people's pain, just like the imperialists. What is the solution? Since the death of Jovenel Moïse on July 7th, 2021, Haiti has been plunged deeper and deeper into crisis. What I want you to understand is that we have no allies. Back in 1791, it was just us, and we did it by ourselves. And right now, we still have no real allies. Moïse, who was originally a puppet put in by the oligarchs and Michel Martelly and the Clintons, finally realized that he wanted to leave something for the people. So he went to Turkey, met with the ambassador, and came back and had taken the appointment of the ambassador in Venezuela was going to be the ambassador to Haiti. Within a month after that, he was assassinated by former DEA informants, U.S. law enforcement, and military trained by the U.S. from Colombia through a organization or a subcontractor that from Venezuela that tried to get rid of Maduro, the same one that's out of Florida. Since then, 2021, Haiti has lived through terror after terror. The gangs are terrorists financed by the foreigners and their arms, have been constantly taking territory after territory. And if you notice, it's normally where the shorelines are, where the oil of Haiti's oil, our geologists say that Haitian oil is a swimming pool compared to Venezuela's cup of water. That's how much we have in our waters. So they believe that all that we have is theirs, and they have not taken enough from us from 122 years of an independence debt where we paid over $21 billion, and we're forced to go back into sharecropping from, like I said, taking our gold reserve from 19 years of occupation where they literally put Haitians back into slavery. They feel they have not taken anything from us. They want all that we are. Even our very bodies is the reason why you have these gangs. They kill or they harvest Haitian bodies. So these bloodsuckers could come in and take our melanin, take our organs, and it continues. If you remember back in 2013, the Dominican Republic deported supposedly 250,000 Haitians back to Haiti. Nobody knows where they are. This is about organ trafficking. So here, that is our situation. And what are we doing? How are we fighting back? As I said, we have in the South a man called, you won't hear his name. All you're going to hear is about the black on black crime, because that is their template. But there is a man that I want to introduce some of you to who do not know his name. He is our hero. He is our current Dessalines. He has kept 4 million people in the South free of gangs He fights them off and does summary execution, which they all deserve. His name is Commissioner Muscadin. The Haitian government, put together by through CARICOM, the blackface of American imperialism, do not provide Haitian police who are actually fighting these terrorists with, ammunitions. I hear, though I can't prove it, but I hear that the FBI comes into Haiti every Monday to pick up whatever guns that the Haitian police has taken away from the few gang members that they managed to take off the streets. The U.S. says you've got to give it back to us because there is a embargo on Haitian guns. So essentially the Haitian police, which is a legitimate server of the people, do not have any resources, but the terrorists do. And when the Haitian police actually end up taking the terrorist guns, the U.S. comes and takes them, brings them back to Miami, where they will probably end up again in their hands. And that's the situation we're living. So we pay this price for 220 years alone. With bare bleeding hands, we broke our chains and shattered European white supremacy. We pay the price for that defiance. An example must be made to terrify you into believing that this genocide in Haiti is of our own making when it is not. My people die 1,000 deaths. So the rest of neo-colonial Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean stay subdued, trapped in their chains, kneeling before Euro-American potentates, because otherwise they might dare to rise. They might dare to become like Haiti. What can you do to be in solidarity? Well, know who the core group is. As I said, there are 6 nations plus their Bretton Woods organizations. We want the end of the UN. The UN has been, since Lumumba, the hand of the colonist to maintain the status quo of the post-World War II powers. That's it. It's the most undemocratic institution on the planet, with 194 members and 5 with veto power. How is that democratic? And yet they sit in our faces and talk to us about bringing us democracy. So the core group, led by the United States of America, France, Canada, Germany, Spain, Brazil, at the Free Haiti movement, we want them gone. We want them to be persona non grata. We want the assets of our country to elevate the living standards and life of each Haitian. There's 13 million Haitians in Haiti. Each could be a millionaire just from, if, for instance, we got some toll from the Windward Passage, from all those ships, and who is getting those things, but not us. But these are our waters. The U.S. has been taking our iridium, our gold, through the Massif du Nord mountain, which is in the same space as the mountain that goes down to the Dominican Republic. They do that underground. They have the largest, like I said, embassy in the Western Hemisphere in Haiti. They do what they want to do in our waters. We don't control, not our government, not our borders, land, air, or sea, or our resources, but they keep us in chaos, and they bring us these pedophile NGOs and CIA NGOs to be their soft power and telling you that they are actually giving us aid. All U.S. aid to Haiti is fake. It's just providing employment for their white supremacist NGO poverty pimps. We reject neocolonialism. We reject the NGOs. We reject their missionary educational system, their economic apartheid. We say that Haiti is not a failed state. It is the most targeted, occupied, and exploited nation by the most richest, most powerful nations on planet Earth. It's a miracle that we're still alive and that my ancestors fought, and that's why I'm here, and that's why this voice is here. We want all Africans, all those in solidarity, to understand that unless we become one struggle, one people, one future, one military, and we reject their divisions and put people over profit, they will continue to rule and rule with death and destruction and paint themselves as godly. Thank you so very much for having us. We say hands off Burkina Faso. We want all 54 nations of the African world to rise together, one military, one unity, just like we did at Bois Caïman in Haiti. Ayi Bobo, and thank you very much.
Walima, you're muted. You're muted, Walima. Sorry. Walima, can you hear me? You're muted.
I am sorry. But again, I just wanted to express our appreciation for your contribution, the contribution of the Haitian Revolution to African people, Western Hemisphere and throughout the world is historic. And so it is, we think as a Pan-Africanist party, there's no question that the liberation of Africa, the liberation of Haiti, and all of our people is just so important. And so we thank you again for your contribution and your ongoing support for our party and the work that we do. You've always been here for us, and we are so grateful. Moving forward, we would like to bring a brother. In our party, we think that political education is critical in terms of the education of the mass of our people. And it is a privilege to have a resource for our people that informs them of the situations that our people are being confronted with locally, nationally, and internationally. And so we would like to bring to the mic Brother Ernest McBride of the Jackson Advocate newspaper out of Jackson, Mississippi, who is a friend of our party, but more importantly, who is one that is using that instrument as a way to inform and educate our people. And so we want to open up the mic to our brother Ernest McBride, and the mic is yours.
Yeah, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, thank you. I didn't expect to come on quite so early, but as someone who's been in the movement since his early days, even high school in 1954, I was awakened by the Nasserite, or let's just say the Egyptian Revolution, and that struck my my awareness that there was something much bigger than the segregation and the oppression that we were suffering here in Mississippi, and from that I went on to get to know about the revolutions in Africa, especially the revolution in Ghana. But one of the things that had escaped me or had been suppressed in my my awareness and in the awareness of all Black people, particularly here in Mississippi and in the South, and that was that first revolution that had taken place along about 1867 after the Civil War. It was called Reconstruction, and hardly anybody would ever inform us what was the significance of 7,240 Black soldiers buried in the National Military Cemetery here in Vicksburg, who had been killed within a 60-mile radius of Vicksburg during those battles in the Civil War. We would go to the parades and commemorate the fallen, but we never knew what it was about. And this was 42% of the total buried in the National Cemetery here in Vicksburg, which is the largest Civil War cemetery in the nation, even containing more Civil War dead than Gettysburg or what's the big one in just outside of Washington. But anyway, what we needed to know was that the battles of Milliken Bend and a number of other battles, especially here in Vicksburg, in and around Vicksburg, engaged the largest number of troops, black troops, in the entire country. And that Vicksburg, after it fell to the Union in 1863, became the garrison of a great number of regiments, all black regiments, who were under command of white officers, of course. But the idea that here was one of the largest garrisons, if not the largest, holding and organizing black troops who later became a part of the revolution, the Black and Tan Revolution of 1868. And the Black and Tan Revolution, I hope people are familiar with, is that great political revolution where our people took control of the political system throughout the state of Mississippi. Thanks to people like Thomas W. Cardozo, the brother from the family down in just off the coast of Vicksburg, Davis Island. We had a black sheriff here also named Peter Crosby, and we also had the I.D. Shedd, who became the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Mississippi. Now, all this is taking place, but who took record of it? Who has even taken note of the fact that these people were in control of the political action here in Vicksburg, in cooperation with some of the white Republicans, of course, but they were using what power that was available to them to institute this revolution. Now, of course, the counter-revolution came in about 1875 with the elections of the white Democrats, put them back in office. It took them another 10, 15 years to run the black people out of office. But during that time, we had major conflicts, major wars. In fact, the great conflict here in Vicksburg, some people call it the massacre, Vicksburg massacre. But if you had these thousands of black people rising up and these were the forces of law and order, the black people. Remember, now we had the black sheriff, and he rallied the people, both the veterans and the everyday citizens, to come and protect the revolution, which they did, and they staved off these rebels and insurgents, white insurgents from outside of Warren County, who converged on Warren County, determined to put the black people out of office. Now, eventually they did. Peter Crosby did leave town for about a week, but it went to Jackson to consult with the governor and also with the Secretary of Education, who was Thomas W. Cardozo. That Cardozo name is very meaningful because Cardozo was the uncle-in-law of Paul Robeson. Robeson married this man's niece, Eslanda Cardozo. I guess her name was, I forget her mother's married name. But Cardozo figured big, and part of that tradition that he helped to institute, the revolutionary tradition here in Mississippi, was passed on to his niece and also to Paul Robeson. So this is a part of the development that we hardly ever hear anything about. But we have those amazing troops out in the cemetery, 7,240 of them in the Vicksburg National Cemetery. But yet we, as a child growing up here in Vicksburg, I didn't know. I knew that there was something out there that black people celebrated Memorial Day for some reason, but I didn't know why. Now, I later on, after I got to writing for the Jackson Advocate, I began studying this in depth, and I wrote a long article about this. It was called the Memorial Day tradition in Vicksburg, Mississippi. And it tells about the origins of it, why black people, why Memorial Day is so important to black people. These are fighting people. These 800,000 people altogether, I believe, in this vicinity, black people who rose up against the Confederacy, who contributed to the victory of the Civil War. And to leave all that out, of course, we understand that white people were in control once they took over the state and rewrote the Constitution in 1890. They imposed all these laws and that guaranteed ignorance, and that black people, and especially the heroes and the families and the just the population in general, would be relegated to a level of nothing or any subhuman existence or whatever, but they would never be given the glory and the and the honors that are their due. And one of the great honors of that time was the institution of the public education system, free public education. Thomas W. Cardozo was the Secretary of Education at that time. I just want to move on from that and show where my involvement with the world revolution, the African Revolution, came about with the knowledge that in Nkrumah, not in Nkrumah, but here we're in 1954, and Nasser is leading the revolution in Egypt. And that became very important. And I'm saying this is Africa. Egypt is Africa. They're leading they have won the revolution, in fact. And then suddenly I learned that Israel, France, and England have invaded Egypt and seized control of the canal, the Suez Canal. And thank goodness you had somebody in the presidency at that time, President Eisenhower, who stared them down, told England, Israel, and France, get the hell out of Suez, or all your assets are going to be frozen wherever American banks or power exists. Get out and get out now. So they left Suez, and to help consolidate the revolution that began taking place, and then following that, the Nkrumah-led revolution in Ghana. This became another one of those major turning points and points of awareness in my life, and I guess one of those landmarks along the way of the continuing African Revolution. Now, I have to admit that in my quest for awareness of revolution, I had to be very careful about what was going on in the civil rights movement as I was growing up here in Mississippi. My freshman year of college, I went to Tougaloo College. And in the same year that the Tougaloo Nine integrated the downtown library in Jackson, Mississippi. Now, even at that time, I was very, very wary of what the mission of the people involved in the civil rights movement at that time, what their goals and missions were, and their allegiances too, because I had been made aware by Medgar Evers. I had a long-standing friendship with him. His wife, Merle Evers, was a native of Vicksburg, and I used to sit and talk with him on a number of occasions when he would come over organizing the NAACP. And he made me aware that that there were elements within the NAACP that worked for the interests of white people as opposed and against the interests of black people, and that he was aware of it, but at the same time, he was there in this position as the field secretary for the NAACP in Mississippi to protect those interests that were being betrayed or sold out at the state level. Now, you know, there was a conflict. They had their differences. He and Aaron Henry had their differences, and Medgar Evers was here to protect the interests of the true interests of the black people here. But at the same time, as we proceeded through our quest for that to become a part of that international African revolution, I was aware that there were people who would sell you out, and black people who would sell you out in a minute. They would listen to you on this occasion, and 2 hours later they'd be sitting among a bunch of white people, the White Citizens Council representatives, telling them everything that you had said or what the organization had said, and so they would sell you out. And this has been a continuing feature of life. Black organizational history in Mississippi and other parts of the South, because I'm very familiar with what was happening across the river in Louisiana also. But I did have a chance to get in studying and devoting myself to the revolution. I realized that one can't fight a revolution without knowing how to fight. The elements of fighting, which means where were my arms to come from? How was I to learn about the fighting, the close-up fighting that was a necessary part of the revolution? So this led me to go into the Army, volunteer, as opposed to waiting for the draft. And I did learn, and I was shipped to France and got a chance to go to Turkey, which was in the Middle East, and I was able to see a lot of the issues and problems of the Middle East, and also the international problems affecting Africa from my brief stay, only 4 months in Turkey, but yet I spent 2 years altogether in France, and I got a chance to meet a lot of young African students, not all revolutionary, but I met black students from Vietnam, of course. Who would ever think that? And I was given the opportunity to move to Mali. The brother-in-law of Modibo Keita was attending the military academy in Saumur, France, where I was stationed, and I got a chance to talk with him on a number of occasions during the year and a half that he was there, and he invited me to come to Mali if I wished after my service time was over. I considered that, but then I recalled that I had not finished college at the time, so I wanted to come back to the U.S. to finish the college degree. But meanwhile, I'm caught up in the Black Student Revolution, and I went to Cal State Los Angeles and San Francisco State just at the time, at the high point of the push for Black studies and the student movement to shut down the campus over the Black studies issue there. So that was a part of my political education, and since then, I've been writing mostly as a freelancer, and spent about almost 35, 40 years with the Jackson Advocate. I'm in Jackson, Mississippi now, and I just announced my retirement maybe a couple of months ago because of health issues. But that's where I am now. But I still maintain a burning interest in what is happening in the Congo, what is happening in Haiti, what is happening in Ethiopia, and especially the Sudan, and also in Gaza and Palestine. I'm very much committed to that. Some people will ask, why are you concerned about Palestine? That's a different question. Why are you concerned about Sudan, about the issues? I am concerned about that. What human being could watch the slaughter, not just the slaughter as if some anonymous entity was killing these people? We're talking about Jewish advocates of Zionism, the state of Israel. They are constantly killing these people. I understand they routinely kill 100, 200 people a day now, and there's no reason for that at all. But yes, I am interested, and they're very much devoted to the cause of the Palestinians, as well as the cause of the people of Sudan and Ethiopia, and also the people of Haiti. There's one thing. Well, it's not just one thing, but something was pointed out by Sister Izzy Danto, who just preceded me, and also by Reverend Jonathan Weaver, who has the Weaver Project, school project going in Goma, Congo, in Eastern Congo. And he was able to establish a school and refuge community there for displaced mothers and their orphan children. And they've gone from 100 people about 4 years ago when he first started to about, I think there's a school about 1,700 today. And just as Ms. Danto, as well as Dr. Weaver said, it is not all gloom and doom. There are some real things happening among the people of Africa, among the people of Haiti and Sudan. They have hope, and they are doing positive things. And he pointed out that his school in the interregional contest for football or soccer, as they call it, won the regional championships, which was something like the Eastern Regional Championship of the DRC. And he says, that's something we should be aware of, as well as the death and the murders and the incursions by the M23 rebels, which constitute one of about 120, 130 rebel groups that exist in Congo. Some in support of the government, others are opposed to the government. So that's one of the things that's very important. That we remain upbeat. And oh yes, I also wanted to point out that that continuing image of Ethiopia being on the precipice of starvation, no longer true. For the past 3 years, Ethiopia has been producing enough grain and other materials to feed itself and to export hundreds of thousands of tons of food to neighboring nations. So that's another one of those positive things we need to be aware of. It is not all gloom and doom. Africa is going to survive. Africa is going to come out and on top and with its head held high. And that's about all that I want to say at this time, except that here in Mississippi, we are ongoing a lot of continuing problems like conflicts in government, black people going against black people, coming out on the side of white people. The white supremacists remain in power, and they have a number of black allies that they can purchase the services of to upset the general status quo and everything. But we're here, and we have survived, and we will continue to survive. Thank you very much. Any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay.
We thank you for your contribution and your long history of struggle. It's always amazing for those who are involved to connect with a person like Modibo Keita, Mali,
Yes.
who was a Pan-Africanist. So those are great. That's great information to share to show the continuity of struggle
Oh yes, yes,
of our people.
yes. I'm just hoping that the younger brothers and sisters will understand that it's not a matter of what organization you're following. It's a matter of following the principles, devoting yourself to the principles, because there are people who will compromise you at each step along the way. So you have to be careful. They have to know.
Okay, again. All right. So we thank you.
My pleasure.
And we have to move forward. We're moving towards the end of our day, and we have some other participants or guests that need to give their contribution to our program. What we would like to do now is to open the mic up to our brother Omawale Robert of the Pan-African Society Community Forum. Again, the struggle for Pan-Africanism takes many different forms and expressions. And so we are happy to have Brother Robert with us today. And so we're opening the mic up to you, Brother Omawale. Mic is yours. Yeah.
Sorry, I just unmuted and put the camera on. So let me say warmest greetings to you, to all at A-APRP-GC. We thank you for including us in your program, and I think you know that you have our support over here in Britain. I've literally just returned from a demonstration in support of the Sahel states, which marched here in London from the US Satan Embassy to the French Embassy. We want to just state that we are in support of the Sahel states. We see that as the biggest challenge to neocolonialism in this particular period. It reminds us of what the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah told us in Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare, where he talked about zones in our motherland. And he talked about the enemy-held zones, the liberated zones, and the contested zones. You see, for a long time, almost virtually the whole of the African continent has been enemy-held. And the Sahel gives a sense of hope, a sense that a contested zone has opened up with the potential that it may ignite others into that contested arena. So we support the Sahel states. Just a quick word on Zionism. We have a simple slogan in the Pan-African Society Community Forum. We say Zionism is settler colonialism, is genocide. Everywhere you have a settler colony, it must have genocide in order to continue to exist. Whether it was the genocide against the American Indians to create US Satan, whether it was the genocide against the Aborigines to create what they're calling Australia, the genocides that we've had in our continent, South Africa, what they called Rhodesia and we call Zimbabwe, it required genocide in order to maintain those settler colonies. And we notice how the supporters of Zionist Israel are those very nations who are perpetrators of the genocide. You see, if the injustice befalling the Palestinian people is corrected, then US Satan must answer. So they are berserk in their support of Zionist Israel. Australia must answer. So they too are berserk in their support of Zionist Israel. And we can go through a whole range of settler colonies where that's just a basic truth, that's self-evident. We just want to say a few words on what we've been doing in the past year. Because Nkrumah tells us that the purpose of African Liberation Day is to each year effectively review what we've been doing, how far along the road of liberation we've reached. Now, we're a very modest organization. On paper, you know, we have sort of about 100 members, but in practice, we're talking about we do well together, 10 people together, other than our drumming sessions. So we're a very modest organization. And what we did this year is we went back to campus. This is something that we had done quite successfully 20 or so years ago. So we went back to campus, working with students. We worked at a particular university, the University of Brunel. Brunel University of London is the title they give themselves. It's a university founded on science. So we're working with young scientists, African young scientists, in that university. And as with many of imperialism's university, it drags, you know, some of our brightest from the motherland, you know, into their clutches. And we helped the students there set up a Pan-African society. So there now exists the Pan-African Society of Brunel University. We encouraged the Pan-African Society to reach out to the African Caribbean Society that was already on campus, which was an organization which existed for our children on that university, but more for them to party than to do any politicking. And the collaboration has worked well. That collaboration has worked well, and it's brought a few young people from you know, the African Caribbean Society into the Pan-African Society. We've encouraged them to have cross membership so that students can be members of both. That tactic seems to have worked relatively well. We've been running weekly classes on campus this academic year. Those are well attended, between 20 and 30 attendees on average. There are about 30 members of the Pan-African Society in Brunel. And I'd say of those 8 to 10, you know, very active, very active. Now, what has come out of that is in 2 days' time, we're organizing an African Liberation Day event, which is essentially one put on by the students. So there are 4 organizations involved in the organization of that event. Of course, there's the Pan-African Society of Brunel. There is also the African Caribbean Society of Brunel. In addition to that, we have Movement of the People. Now, Movement of the People is a Nigerian-based organization. It's a Pan-Africanist organization, Nigerian-based, but not exclusively Nigerian, which was set up by the great Fela Kuti. And his son, Seun Kuti, plays an instrumental part in that organization. So they are the third party. And of course, the fourth party is us, the Pan-African Society Community Forum. So we're hoping to have a successful African Liberation Day in a couple of days. We've also appended to that the idea of bringing 100 drummers together. On campus yesterday, we had, I think, 75 drums on campus yesterday. So we put all of our drums together, and people will be bringing their drums individually in addition to that. And we're confident that we will have more than 100 drums in unison on campus. In speaking and dialoguing with the student, the intention for next year is to use Brunel University as a springboard to encourage other universities to join a network of Pan-African societies. So we are going to, and we haven't decided yet whether that will be London or nationwide. There are quite a lot of universities in London. So London itself may be a significant task. But the students will decide whether they want to try for the whole of this country, or whether they, at this stage, want to try and create a network of Pan-African societies across the London campuses here in Britain. So that's our objective for next year, and that's our report on what we've been doing effectively, well, a microcosmic report on what we've been doing, over the previous academic year. We'd like to close here, thank you, and say thank you again to the A-APRP-GC for the continuous support that we have received from you. Bob Brown has come over to England on more than one occasion to help us in the work that we're doing. And so we're very grateful to A-APRP-GC for that support. I would just like to make one request, if I may. And the request is this, that in 2008, our keynote speaker at African Liberation Day, now it may have been 2009, but our keynote speaker on African Liberation Day was Mario Joseph. Mario Joseph was a Haitian lawyer, a human rights lawyer. We've learned, but we don't have the details, we've learned that he has passed recently. Apparently there was an accident which led to his passing. He seems to have passed maybe a month or two ago, but we do not have the means to contact the people around him. We noticed that Izilidanto made a presentation here, and I don't know if she's still still connected here. But if there's any way that she could update us, I believe I have her email address. If there's any way that she could let us know what has happened to Mario Joseph, what was the cause of his passing, we would be immensely grateful. So let me stop there. And again, thank you to A-APRP-GC.
All right. Again, we thank you for your work and your diligence towards the struggle for Pan-Africanism, organization of our people. I will acknowledge that Izili, she is still on the line, so I guess she was able to hear your request. Okay. Again, we thank you. We thank you. So we will move forward. We're going to have a statement from the African Awareness Association. Again, this is another organization that has done tremendous work on the issues of political education organization, I would say particularly around the support of and solidarity with Cuba. And so there's a statement that they would like to contribute to the program. And so that's what we have now.
Revolutionary greetings to the All-African People's Revolutionary Party GC and the All-African Women's Revolutionary Union GC, as well as the Palestinian Youth Movement on the 67th anniversary of African Liberation Day and the 77th anniversary of Nakba Day. We have much respect to you all for the continued struggle of your people's liberation and unification. To the A-APRP-GC, much respect on your leadership in helping to build, expand, and continue to develop this institution on a principled basis and maintaining the dignity of Africa and African people. We salute you today as we salute you today as being the guiding star of pointing our people in the right direction. This means that we, as African people, must all struggle for Pan-Africanism as an objective or a goal, which is correctly defined by Kwame Nkrumah, in essence, as a total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. We also are in solidarity with Palestine and the Palestinian community for their just struggle against Zionism and the freedom of Palestine. We also know that this year's ALD theme and event is honoring African women and its historic struggles against imperialism, capitalism, Zionism, neocolonialism, settler colonialism, and national and women's oppression. We know true Pan-Africanists must support and fight with our sisters against the three forms of oppression that they face on a daily basis, those of nation, class, and agenda. If they are not free, we will not be free as a people. This point goes to all women across the board. We salute you, A-APRP-GC, on the 67th anniversary of African Liberation Day and the 77th anniversary of Nakba Day on May 25th, 2025, and Struggle African Awareness Association, Lee Robinson.
And again, we thank the African Awareness Association for that contribution and for their diligence and historical work towards the liberation of our people and in solidarity with Cuba and other issues and struggles and movements and contradictions in the world today. So we are very appreciative of that contribution. At this juncture, we will like to acknowledge and bring to the mic a brother, Abayami Azikiwe of the Pan-African Newswire. Again, this is another brother and an organization that is about the business of the political education of our people, and he uses his newswire as a medium to do that. And so we are very supportive of the work he does, and I'm very happy to have him as a contributor to the African Liberation Day, Palestine Day today. And so, Brother Azikiwe, you have the mic.
Well, thank you so much, Brother Mwalimu. And I would like to thank the A-APRP-GC and the other sponsoring organizations for the invitation and for the work that you have been doing consistently over the years. I wanted to mention that the Palestinian struggle is reaching unprecedented levels. And of course, here I'm in the city of Detroit, and this area, the city and its suburbs, is home to the largest concentration of Arabic-speaking people from West Asia outside of the region itself, and also within the United States. So we're very close to the Palestinian liberation struggle, and we always participate in the annual Nakba demonstrations and other efforts. The Palestinian struggle for full disclosure and divestment of all holdings by the apartheid state of Israel being held by these universities and colleges throughout the United States. That struggle has been going on now for well over a year, and we have been involved here in Detroit in providing a base for the Palestine solidarity struggle that's been based on the campuses across the United States. But briefly, I just wanted to mention that 62 years ago, the Organization of African Unity was formed in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. That was on May 25th of 1963. It had 33 member states during its founding, and it represented a continuation of the efforts surrounding African Freedom Day from 1958, where 8 independent African states came together to form that organization. And later that year, of course, the All-African People's Conference that was held in Accra in December of 1958 brought together dozens of national liberation movements, progressive governments, independent governments, as well as mass organizations demanding the total liberation of Africa and the United States of Africa. And of course, we have to continue this struggle
for the building of socialism, for the total unification of Africa. And that is what is necessary during this particular time period. In light of what is going on now in the Alliance of Sahel States in West Africa, in the Sahel region, we must continue our support for the revolutionary process that is taking place there as we speak. April 30th really was a turning point when you had people throughout the continent and throughout the world that went out and demonstrated in solidarity with the AES, particularly with Captain Ibrahim Traore of the nation of Burkina Faso, because he had been attacked by the titular head of the U.S. Africa Command, General Michael Langley, who is of African descent, but at the same time represents U.S. and European imperialist interests. He attacked the revolution in Burkina Faso, and in response, Africans and progressive forces throughout the world went out on April 30th in mass to say hands off Burkina Faso, and in support of the revolutionary struggle that's taking place right now in the Sahel. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, of course, in 1957, after the independence of Ghana, he made a statement that the independence of Ghana was meaningless if it did not result in the total liberation of Africa. That statement is just as true today as it was some 68 years ago. So we have to fight for genuine independence, unification, and socialism in Africa and throughout the entire world. Of course, the AES was formed in early 2024. Prior to that, they signed the Latako-Gorma Charter in late 2023 that brings together these three landlocked states. They have been reaching out for assistance from the Russian Federation, from the People's Republic of China, from other African states. They have called for the removal of French Foreign Legion troops in that region. And they've also, in Niger, neighboring Niger, called for the removal of US troops and also the dismantling of the US drone stations that were in Niger under the guise of providing security and stability to these African states, when in fact, they are the ones that are behind all the instability that is taking place in the Sahel region. So in closing, I would just like to quote the legendary Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of the Convention People's Party many, many decades ago. And he said in his book, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, which was released in October of 1965, he says that all these examples prove beyond doubt that neocolonialism is not a sign of imperialism's strength, but rather of its last hideous gasp. It's a very important statement. He says it testifies to its inability to rule any longer by old methods. Independence is a luxury it can no longer afford to permit. Its subject, neocolonialism, can and will be defeated. How can this be done? Dr. Nkrumah asked 60 years ago. He said, thus far, all the methods of classes throughout history, it has been divide and rule. Quite obviously, therefore, unity is the first requisite for destroying neocolonialism. Primary and basic is the need for all African unions, governments, and also African solidarity with Asian states, and the spirit of Bandung, which even 60 years ago was well underway. Today we have BRICS, we have the non-aligned movement, we have the Group of 77 plus China, we have the African Union. So therefore we must seek the adherence on an increasingly formal basis of our Latin American brothers, and Nkrumah mentioned 60 years ago.
the revolutions in Cuba and Venezuela and Nicaragua, and all the other revolutionary movements and parties and mass organizations throughout the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. We must unite with all of them. Furthermore, he says in this, and I'll conclude with this, all of these liberatory forces have, on all major issues, and at every possible instance, the support of the growing socialist sector of the world. And of course, this is important. This is why the US imperialists are against China, they're against Cuba, they're against the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, against all socialist-oriented and national liberation movements throughout the world. So once again, thank you so much for the invitation. And in the words of Dr. Nkrumah, Africa must unite. There's victory for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother, for your contribution. Of course, well read. And I think the point that you make, particularly about neocolonialism, is so critical, because one of the contradictions that we as African people face is that those in power, those who have the authority to make the decisions about our lives, are on the other side of history. And so it is a struggle to bring genuine revolutionary forces to power worldwide so that we as a people can address our needs and our aspirations. So we thank you very much for your contribution. We want to move forward as we're moving toward the end of the day. We have a brother with us that, you know, in the African Revolution is very unique, that we combine, or we acknowledge and recognize the relationship between religion and revolution, that they are not in contradiction, and that in the history of our people, it was the church that was an integral part, or has been an integral part, of the struggles of our people. And so we have with us Mr. Hunter from the Wesley Memorial United Methodist Church, which we would like to bring to the mic now. All right, Mr. Hunter, the mic is yours.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. To my brothers and sisters, thank you so much for including me in this great dialogue and conversation on African liberation. For now is the time for all hands to be on deck. And surely as a church pastor here in Richmond, Virginia, I'm working with any and every organization that's fighting all forces of oppression to keep the Black people down. And it's more than ever, we can see from the United States now, we can see this effort that's trying to go worldwide into really dehumanizing the strength of Black people. So I'm just happy as a minister to play my part. All hands need to be on deck. And I'm happy to work with, we work with Lee Young. We are part of that in the Cuba struggle, trying to make sure that people in Cuba, as the United States sanctions have tried to strangle them, but we try to do everything we can to do missions work in Cuba. Also, Maurice Robinson is on, AKA Marcus Garvey. We try to do work with Friends of the Congo. We've just seen how the forces of oppression and the evil forces of the dominant power is doing everything it can to keep that resource-rich country in poverty. So we must now come together and make sure that we stand and fight. We need to be educated, and we're going to make sure more than ever. I'm very inspired by us coming together on this Zoom meeting. We got to come together now, educate persons who too many times have been complacent. We got to educate, strategize, and find ways to fight the forces of evil and depression in every way. So I'm just saying, I'm here. I'm gonna keep on being here, because now is the time for us to continue to rise to make sure that we keep these shackles where they need to be off of our hands and neck. and feet. So I'm here just to say we're going to keep on keeping on. God bless each and every one. And any way we can help in any form, we are here in Richmond, Virginia. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. And again, it just demonstrates that our history is not unique, but it's particular in that inside of our movement, inside of our struggle, our church has been an integral part of that process. And so we thank you very much for your contribution and your support. Moving forward, we'd like to go back to England, and we have a brother, Mandingo Williams, who was not able to participate himself, but he has sent us a message from the UNIA ACL of England. And of course, that's one thing that Kwame Nkrumah said, out of all the books he read, the one that inspired him most was the philosophy and opinions of Marcus Garvey. And so we bring the UNIA ACL to the microphone through the audio of Brother Mandingo Williams.
Today, Sunday, the 25th of May, 2025, is Africa Liberation Day. And I, Mandingo, Pan-Africanist from Jamaica, member of Marcus Garvey's UNIA and ACL, founded by Marcus Garvey in 1914, and also a member of Marcus Garvey Jr., his son's political party in Jamaica, the African Nationalist Union, which was founded in 1968 in Jamaica. I say that we Africans at home and abroad must remember the Marcus Garvey message that we have to work together constantly, locally, nationally, regionally, and internationally in order to achieve the aims and goals of African liberation and progress wherever we are as African people. All other races of people, Europeans, Arabs, Chinese, whatever, work together much more than we as Africans generally have been. Of course, the reason for this is that no other race of people have suffered from the biggest genocidal crime in history. The African race has suffered the biggest genocidal crime against humanity in history. No other race of people have had their homeland invaded, conquered, our people enslaved and trafficked like the African race. So we have the hardest struggle to overcome. But we, as Marcus Garvey said, will accomplish our aims. We will accomplish our aims. So together we work as Africans, at home and abroad together. Africa for the Africans, at home and abroad. One creator, one aim, and one destiny. Remember, as Marcus Garvey said, a race without authority and power is a race without respect. And power is the only argument that satisfies man. And we must establish our African universal government worldwide. One president, one army, one navy, one air force.
Okay, and of course we thank them for that that contribution, and he is carrying the message of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. We will move quickly. We do have a statement by the A-APRP-GC honoring Kwame Nkrumah, Ahmed Sekou Touré, and Kwame Touré, which will be read by our member Anthony Williams. And so you have the mic, Anthony.
Thanks. Revolutionary greetings. The A-APRP-GC is fortunate to have as our ideological forebearers, the immortal Sasifo Kwame Nkrumah, Ahmed Sekou Toure, and Kwame Toure. These brothers, the Pan-African champions that they are, struggled exclusively for the Pan-African objectives. They are the ideological foundation on which the A-APRP-GC is built. On the question of Pan-Africanism, the total liberation and unification of the African continent, including all her islands, is and must be the primary objective of all Pan-Africanists throughout the world under an all-African socialist government. It is an objective that once it is achieved will significantly and profoundly re-image the people of Africa for the better. Our comrades Kwame Ture, Sekou Toure, and Kwame Nkrumah understood that this Pan-African objective could only be achieved through the struggle, or more precisely, through the African Revolution. They knew our enemies, including the forces of capitalism, imperialism, Zionism, and its many lapdogs and neocolonial assets, would wage a life and death struggle to keep the labor and resources they have stolen from Africa and her people. They contemplate the necessity of solidarity in the allied struggles with other oppressed peoples of the world. This iconoclast ideological leadership of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, Kwame Ture, Sekou Toure, and Kwame Nkrumah, profound strugglers for true Pan-Africanism, were conscious of the contradictions that we face as a people. They were especially conscious of the issues that kept our sisters out of this iconoclast. We, using Nkrumah's, Sekou's, and Kwame's forward-looking ideas, are struggling to immediately rectify these contradictions. Toure, and Nkrumah all have in common the understanding that the ultimate solution to all the problems that we face as a people is Pan-Africanism under scientific socialism, struggling hand in hand with our sisters. Any other proposed goals of our struggle currently, except Pan-Africanism under scientific socialism, are just a criminal waste of our and our people's time. These comrades taught us that there should never, ever be any compromise where principles are involved, and the importance of serving, suffering, and sacrificing for the liberation of Africa and the suffering humanity. Honor and commemorate, study, and practice the revolutionary theory and practice of Nkrumah's Toureism. Organize, organize, organize. Build the All-African People's Revolutionary Party worldwide.
Again, that is from the A-APRP-GC. We place the utmost importance on the questions of revolutionary ideology. And of course, the Sajifo Kwame Nkrumah and Ahmed Sekou Toure and Kwame Toure are the ideologues that we found our party around, and so that becomes critical. I would like to read, there's a contribution made by Bob Brown. With the little time we have, want to read his contribution to ALD. He is also participating at ALD on Tuesday At 8 o'clock, he will do a special report, but let me just read his contribution. African Liberation Day and Palestine Day. Bob Brown, with 6 decades of organizing and involvement in and support of the student, anti-racist, anti-fascist, anti-draft, anti-repression, anti-capitalist, anti-Zionist, and other progressive and revolutionary movements, and as an uncompromising revolutionary Pan-Africanist, will provide a glimpse of his quarter-century-long impeccable research, analysis, and presentation explaining the irrefutable proof that the traffic in and enslavement of African people was and is illegal, was and is a crime against humanity. This will be on Tuesday, May 27th at 8 o'clock, and it will also be a Zoom broadcast. He goes on to say that we are one people, African, with one history of oppression and exploitation, domestic and international, and one future revolutionary Pan-Africanism, which is correctly defined as the total liberation of 1.5 billion African people from Cape to Cairo and their revolutionary unification under scientific socialism, combined with the total liberation, unification, and socialist transformation of 500 million plus other African people who live, suffer, and struggle in more than 100 countries in Asia and Oceania, Europe, and the Americas. This special report will help expose and clarify capitalist and imperialist, colonialist, and neo-colonialist crimes, historical and current, that have been waged and are being waged against African people and their ancestors in the 5 regions in Africa, including the northern region, and against the more than 500 million African people and their ancestors who live, suffer, and struggle in the 6th region of the African diaspora, which includes Asia, Europe, and the Americas. Bob will revisit, among other authorities, 1, the 1789 report of the Lords of the Committee of Council appointed for the consideration of all matters relating to trade and foreign plantations, submitting to His Majesty consideration the evidence and information they have collected in consequence of His Majesty's order in council dated the 11th of February, 1788, concerning the present state of the trade to Africa, and particularly the trade in slaves, and 2, the 1851 Anti-Slavery Manual, or the wrongs of the American slavery, exposed by the light of the Bible and of facts with a remedy for evil, written by Reverend John G. Fee and published with the American Missionary Society, and 3, the 1864 final report of the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission by Robert Dale, submitted to the General Edwin McMaster Stanton, U.S. Secretary of War, and the U.S. Congress, and 4, the 1890 open letter to Serene Majesty Leopold III, King of the Belgians and Sovereign of the Independent State of the Congo, written by Colonel, the Honorable Dr. George Washington Williams, in the wake of his 1889 informal interview with King Leopold III and his 1890 unsuccessful attempt to attend the Brussels Anti-Slavery Conference, and 5, the 1891 enforcement of the slave trade laws paper, which delivered by W.E.B. Du Bois at the 8th Annual Conference of the American Historical Association, and the 1896 suppression of the American slave trade, 1638 to 1870 book, which earned him a PhD at Harvard University, and 6, the 1989 to 2025 Slave Voyages CD-ROM and website, which is hosted by Harvard University. Bob will offer Pan-African Roots perspective and his understanding of the A-APRP-GC's perspective on the relationship of the oppression and exploitation of African people today to the more than 100-year-old revolutionary struggle for Pan-Africanism. We will also provide hot insight and clarity about today's intoxication over reparations by the Black colonial elite and others in the 5 regions of Africa and the 6th region of the African diaspora. We refer to a YouTube video by Kwame Ture on Pan-Africanism. We are open to legitimate and respectful questions and concerns, during the final session of the Zoom broadcast, which will be moderated by the Ideological Secretariat of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, and the Secretariat of the All-African Women's Revolutionary Union, GC. We do not demand reparations or compensation in any form and do not compete with any other of the forces anywhere in the world that do. We are concerned with truth, integrity, and dignity. Stay safe and strong. Notes from the Barricades, Pan-African Roots, All-African People's Revolutionary Party, African Awareness Association, and from Bob Brown. That is a statement from Bob, and that is a part of the program for African Liberation Day. In closing, and we're getting to that point, we're going to play a video from African Liberation Day as a way to close ourselves out. We do want to again say that we will have orientation next month. For those who are interested, go to A-APRP-GC.org. Again, we want to highlight the importance and the role of women who historically have been major contributors to the revolutionary struggles of our people. Even if not documented, they are there. And so there's no revolution without the participation and the leadership of African women. We also are organizing Kwame Ture Day, and you will be receiving emails regarding the details of that particular program. And the last thing I would say is that it's very important to understand that we are winning, that when the enemy attacks militarily worldwide, which they are doing, it's an indication of its weakness and not of its strength. And so we are winning. And with that, we will go ahead and put on the video of African Liberation Day. And we thank everyone who has been here for the duration of our program, all of you who have contributed to it. And we do think we were able to provide good information to our people and to other people. And we thank you very much.
Osagie Kwame Nkrumah said that in 1963 when he talked about the tremendous problems we would have in 63 if Africa did not move to unity rapidly and move towards socialist transformation. And we can see almost 20 years later the consequences of the failure of our so-called leadership to in fact move to do what they have done. Micronationalism, balkanization, petty bourgeois and bourgeois class tendencies are in fact a hindrance to the masses of our people. And what it says very simply is that we cannot rely upon individuals. We cannot rely upon leaders. We must in fact only rely upon the masses of African people themselves, fully educated and fully organized. And once that is accomplished, no force on earth can stop us. And the youth, the students of Africa, the youth of Africa today have that task to educate and to organize and to lay the structures and build the foundation which in fact can move it on. And I think more than anything, that is what this African Liberation Day.
Africa will be free. 25 years of ALD. Africa will be free. 25 years of ALD. Africa will be free. 25 years of ALD. Africa will be free. 25
right now. African women join the revolution.
African women, join the revolution. African women, join the revolution. African women, join the revolution. African women, join the revolution. Join the revolution. African women, join the revolution. African women, join the revolution. African women, join the revolution.
Organize, build the A-APRP. 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 Organize, build the A-APRP.
The strength of our party is only effective if we, the organizers, are able to open the way for the youth to progress. Youth like you, others who are still behind, in the hundreds, youth in the thousands, to take over and to bring the best forward to organize. This is why, in building a permanent organization, we must institutionalize the political education process. This will ensure a constant flow of organizers. We in the partyship, and I too, have done our utmost to back all the Africans who show a willingness to do this work. Our greatest joy is to see a comrade, a man or a woman, carrying out their duties conscientiously and willingly without being pushed. This is a great encouragement for us. It gives us the certainty that we can overcome great obstacles and to do what our party wants. Everyone in the party knows what friendship, what regard, what respect, what promise we have for those who carry out their duty. Everyone we see working with a complete enthusiasm is like a part of ourselves and a victory for our people. That is why our work is to encourage and to seek to develop in everyone, the youth, our sisters, and ourselves, the will to stand firm.
African People's Revolutionary Party is honored to have you here at its 25th anniversary. The 25th anniversary of African Liberation Day. African Liberation Day started in 1958 in Accra, Ghana. when Kwame Nkrumah, Osajifo Kwame Nkrumah, at the first conference of independent African states came together and proposed that there be African Freedom Day in April of every year. Here, the job was for Africans all over the world to come together and to dedicate themselves, to come together one day to get more enthusiasm, to continue the struggle to free our continent. In 1958, there were only 8 independent states. In 1983, there are only 2 left under colonial domination, Namibia and Tanzania, South Africa. And we know they're gonna be free. They're gonna be free. Our people must be organized. And our people will only be organized through constant political education. Constant political education. You come once a year to African Liberation Day. You hear the truth. But the minute you leave African Liberation Day, you go home, you turn on the TV. You turn on the radio. And for 364 days, you get junk. Then you come back one day a year and get the truth. Brothers, that's not the way we do it. Sisters, that's just not the way to do it. The only way to do it is to be constant in getting the truth. Just like you must feed your body all the time, so you must feed your mind all the time. And everyone knows the mind is more important than the body. But some of us just feed the body alone, even Christians, and Jesus Christ said it, man shall not live on bread alone. Brothers and sisters, the only way for us to get constant political education is through politically educating ourselves in an organization fighting for the people, which is seeking to raise higher the life of quality of the people. We say it every year here. We will say it tomorrow because it's true. The only solution for our people is Pan-Africanism, the total liberation and unification of Africa under scientific socialism. Here again, we come up against ignorance. Just like when we call a brother African, they say, I ain't no African. Look.
Again, we thank everyone who has spent the day with us. We think we've had a productive day. Hopefully, we have made a contribution to advance the struggles of our people forward. We look forward to working with you throughout the year. One of the tasks or one of the objectives of the A-APRP-GC is to be more consistent with you. And so African Liberation Day, although annually, is not the only time we want to be in contact with you, nor do we want to work with you. And we are very open to you working with us with the projects and the work that you do. And so in that regards, we thank you very much. I think they wanted one other video. Okay, so we will show a little bit of ALD from last year, which we were in Malcolm X Park, and then we will close ourselves out. That concludes our African Liberation Day, Palestine Day for 2025. Again, on behalf of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, GC, we give thanks. Looking forward, there's victory for us. And on behalf of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, we stand ready for revolution. We thank you, and we close.